The epic battle at Tarawa in November 1943 brought home to the American public the cost of the war against Japan. Though Tarawa had been won at a great price, the lessons learned there were to prevent the loss of other thousands of American fighting men in battles on other Pacific islands. In January 1944, an invasion of the Marshall Islands was undertaken. An invasion whose success depended in large measure on the experience gained at Tarawa. In the Central Pacific, the Marshall Islands constituted a block in the path of the U.S. drive westward. If that drive was to be successful, several strategically located islands in that group must be seized. In Hawaii, Admiral Chester Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet, and everyone in his command were vitally concerned with the preparations for the forthcoming assault on the Marshalls. For the Central Pacific Offensive, begun so auspiciously with the victories in the Gilbert Islands at Macon and Tarawa, depended for its success on a quick follow-up. The planned invasion of atolls in the next major island chain, the Marshalls, was to be followed by further assaults on islands still far to westward, in a giant island-hopping operation, which would take American fighting forces to the very doorstep of Japan itself. In January 1944, the High Command in the Central Pacific Theater checked carefully over final preparations for the all-important invasion of the Marshalls. The amphibious assault force left Hawaii behind and headed for the Marshalls in late January. Stealthily, the fleet moved into enemy waters. Gunners in the mightiest invasion fleet yet mounted prepared to knock out enemy defenses on the target islands. This time they planned to see to it that no one could possibly consider the naval shelling too light. On January 29th, the warships began their softening up of Kwajalein Atoll. For weeks, liberators of the 7th Air Force pounded the atolls in the eastern and central Marshalls. At Kwajalein, the world's largest coral atoll, the main objectives were 3 small islands. Roy and Namur, linked by an artificial causeway, were to be seized by the 4th Marine Division. En route to the invasion of the islands, Marine officers familiarized the men with all available details of their objective, their size, shape, and defenses. At Kwajalein Atoll, the 4th Marine Division went into action for the first time. Most of the men had arrived only recently from Marine training camps in the United States. For the first time, the assault waves took their own supplies with them. H-hour, delayed almost 2 hours, was only minutes away. The men would be real veterans soon. Waves of Marines neared the landing beaches, the carrier pilots gave the enemy a last-minute once-over. The men men were prepared for another Tarawa. American troops were storming the first piece of pre-war Japanese territory. And from all indications, the enemy planned to hold on to it. The 4th Division Marines were loaded for action. They were prepared for the worst. It was tough on the beach, but it was no Tarawa. Although enemy resistance was lighter than expected, the battle was no pushover. The area was still far from secure. The troops at Kwajalein benefited enormously from the experience other American fighting men had had on similar atolls in the Gilberts some 2 months before. The pattern for dealing with a dug-in enemy on a tiny sand spit of an island had been successfully established. The Marines took every precaution in dealing with the fanatical defenders of Roy and Namur. The Marines took some prisoners at Roy and Namur, but they represented only a small percentage of the enemy force which defended the island. 264 Japanese were captured on the 2 islands. But there were still many pockets of enemy resistance. On Roy, the principal objective was the enemy airfield. Taking it was no simple task. During the afternoon, the battle raged on. By late afternoon, the back of enemy resistance on Roy was broken. This time, the naval and air bombardment had achieved some notable results. The airfield on Roy was seized on D-Day afternoon. The strips had constituted an important launching platform for enemy planes. A number of the Japanese planes had been in no condition to leave the island before it fell. Namur was wrested from the enemy by the early afternoon of the 2nd day. On that island, too, the sturdy Japanese blockhouses had proved unable to withstand the U.S. bombardment. The enemy defenses were a favorite subject for combat artists, who sometimes accompanied the assault troops on Pacific invasions. The blockhouses proved equally fascinating to every Marine on the island. The enemy high command had ordered Roy and Namur defended to the last man. Marine General Holland Smith, in command of the ground forces in the Marshalls, was well pleased with the performance of the untested 4th Marine Division. The general was favorably impressed, too, with the job the Navy warships had done. In other operations, he was not usually satisfied with the Navy's bombardment. But at Kwajalein, he felt they had done well by his amphibious forces. The Japanese who garrisoned Roy and Namur hadn't believed it possible for their stronghold to fall to an American overwater assault. After the battle, the Marines had an opportunity to inspect the souvenirs they'd collected. The most highly prized memento throughout the Pacific was a Japanese samurai sword, usually carried only by high-ranking enemy officers. There was plenty of Japanese money for the invaders, but no place to spend it. The men who'd made the assault hadn't had a chance to take their shoes off since leaving the transports for the invasion. They almost felt civilized again. With the battle won, U.S. forces had reached another milestone on the road to Tokyo. Many of the men who had helped achieve that forward step had been cut down during the battle. In all cases possible, positive identification of the dead was sought by the Graves Registration Section of the 4th Marine Division. Casualties were light compared with the figures of American losses on Tarawa. But 190 Marines lost their lives at Roy and Namur in the struggle to establish a foothold for U.S. forces in the Marshalls. Each new victory in the drive across the Pacific was marked by still another burial service and the dedication of another square of hallowed ground, thousands of miles from home. The men who survived felt a very real sense of loss, for a strong feeling of kinship springs up between men in battle for a common cause. The dead would not be forgotten by the men who had fought with them side by side. Meanwhile, the U.S. Army's 7th Division was occupied with the enemy on the southernmost island of Kwajalein Atoll. On February 1st, in mid-morning, the assault waves moved into the beach. These GIs had last seen action in the Aleutians in quite a different setting. World War II was the first major war to be thoroughly covered by combat cameramen. To record the war on film, motion picture cameramen went ashore with the first waves of assault troops and stayed with them in the thick of the fight. The 7th Division GIs pushed across the island against spotty enemy opposition. On that first day on Kwajalein, U.S. casualties were light. Less than 70 men were hit by enemy fire. With the tanks pacing the advance, the GIs took the island yard by yard. The soldiers pressed the attack in the face of stiffening enemy resistance. Tanks played a major role in the victories in the Marshalls, but it was still the men with the rifles who seized and held the territory. On Kwajalein Islet, the coordination of tanks and infantry operating together had still not been perfected. But the advance was well executed. It was no easy job to overwhelm all the enemy troops on the island. For 5 days, the 7th Division GIs battled the enemy on Kwajalein. And for 5 days, the enemy had to be located and blasted out of his hold. More enemy soldiers were being knocked out of the battle by the determined GIs. Enemy casualties mounted steadily. The weary GIs continued the attack against a well-entrenched enemy. As on Roy and Namur to the north, the Japanese garrison on Kwajalein Islet had solid positions from which to carry on their stubborn defense of the island. In the process of seizing the islet from the enemy, 1,214 American soldiers were hit on Kwajalein. The lightness of American casualties could be traced to the more careful preparation on the part of both the Army and Navy. On February 5th, the battle on Kwajalein Islet had been won. After the spirited struggle, 170 enemy troops were taken prisoner, all that was left of a garrison force of some 4,000. The enemy had lost the 3 key islands of one of the most strategic atolls in the Central Pacific. The defeated troops were beginning to have a few doubts about the invincibility of the Japanese war machine. In February 1944, U.S. forces pushed deeper into enemy territory, to the extreme western end of the Marshall Islands chain. Eniwetok Atoll was invaded in mid-February by 2 regiments, 1 Marine, 1 Army. The 22nd Marine Regiment landed first on Njebe Islet, and in a furious day-long battle knocked out a strong enemy garrison. The Marines on Njebe were seeing action for the first time, and they acquitted themselves well. Tanks were used to good advantage in the Marine assault on Njebe. The 3 principal islets of Eniwetok Atoll were successfully seized by the 5 battalions of Marines and soldiers in 7 days. On Eniwetok Islet, U.S. soldiers and Marines choked off enemy resistance, but not without suffering some losses. Many of the casualties among the riflemen were attributable to the light bombardment of this particular islet. On Parry Islet, 22nd Regiment Marines fought almost a duplicate of their earlier battle on Njebe, except that the enemy on Parry held out a bit more stubbornly. But the Marines mopped it up on the second day. During the final stages of the fight to seize the major islands of Eniwetok Atoll, work on the airstrips was being carried forward, often under enemy fire, by the hard-working members of a Navy service known as the Seabees. Organized early in World War II, the Navy's construction battalions achieved miracles in building airstrips on islands all across the Pacific in unbelievably short periods of time and under any conditions. The Seabees never wasted any time. The job was always done the quickest possible way. And the Seabees never lost an opportunity to take advantage of whatever came their way, including enemy equipment. On Eniwetok Atoll, a strip capable of accommodating 4 squadrons of fighters was hurriedly finished. The speed with which the Seabees could build an airstrip on any kind of terrain was a constant source of wonder to the fighting men in the area. Even the Army was impressed with the Seabees' accomplishments in the Pacific. The work of the construction battalions on islands all across the Pacific was greatly admired by the Marine Corps, charged with seizing and holding those bases. The Seabees' most vital functions included the construction and repair of airstrips, of coral and sand. For on the speed with which those airstrips were put into operation depended the speed of the continuing advance toward Japan. The majority of the 250,000 men in the Seabees had had experience in some phase of construction work before entering the service. That experience proved invaluable to the U.S. fighting forces. But even the most knowledgeable construction men were faced with many completely new problems on the islands of the Pacific. Once their job was done, the Seabees never had long to wait to see the results of their work. Windmill washing machines became familiar sights on the islands where the Seabees were on the job. Just one evidence of the versatility of the Navy's newest branch. But aids to comfortable living in the tropics were only spare time projects. After the airstrips were built or repaired on an island base, the Seabees fell to work on the construction of the necessary buildings for the forces which would garrison the new base. The job of creating a camp the size of a small city was usually only a few weeks' work for a battalion of Seabees. Their favorite boast, "We do the difficult immediately, the impossible takes a little longer," was not considered an overstatement by the troops in the Pacific. The housing of the fighting men was only one of the Seabees' responsibilities. One of the impossible jobs they performed was providing ice at tropical Pacific bases. Whatever the need, the Seabees could be counted on to fill it, and without delay. Their philosophy was summed up in a standard two-word answer to any request: can do. The U.S. now had possession of two key atolls in the Marshalls Group. Those two quick victories on a few sandy islands made a considerable difference in the areas of control exercised by the two principal warring powers in the Pacific. For from the Marshalls, the U.S. Air Force was in excellent position to launch attacks against the Caroline Islands, and in particular the enemy's powerful base at Truk. From Kwajalein in mid-March, 7th Air Force bombers began a series of strikes against that enemy stronghold. The Liberators could make the trip from Kwajalein to Truk and return in less than 9 hours, if the weather was favorable for that period. The 7th Air Force planes were reinforced by bombers of the 13th Air Force operating from South Pacific bases. The target, the group of islands called Truk, was the most important enemy staging area between Japan and the Southwest Pacific. The legend of Truk's invincibility was about to be punctured effectively. The Liberators were depositing the new 2,000-pound bombs on the enemy's base. The attacks were highly successful. In less than 4 months, once mighty Truk was to become virtually useless to the enemy. In a single month in early 1944, U.S. Air Force planes dropped a total of 1,813 tons of bombs on Truk. The enemy's stronghold was reduced to a mere shell. In the Southwest Pacific, as 1943 turned into 44, the U.S. fighting forces centered their attention on the Bismarck Archipelago and the northern coast of New Guinea, the road which led back to the Philippines. World War II in the Pacific was fought under the most trying conditions, difficult terrain and extremes of climate. There were few more miserable battlegrounds anywhere in the world than the steaming jungles of disease-ridden New Guinea. The men who fought across the 1,500-mile-long island experienced war at its worst. There was always a good chance that a sniper might be concealed only a few yards away. In New Guinea, the Allied fighting man could never be certain that the enemy was in any one place. In Australia during 1942 and 43, the attention of everyone on that island continent was concentrated on the road back, a series of campaigns to be made by Allied forces under the overall command of General Douglas MacArthur.
When I landed on your soil, I said to the people of the Philippines whence I came, I shall return. Tonight, I repeat those words. I shall return. Nothing is more certain than the ultimate reconquest and liberation from the enemy of those and adjacent lands.
By late 1943, the road back against the enemy lay principally along the northern coast of New Guinea, up the tail of the bird-shaped island. By December, U.S. Marines and soldiers had moved virtually all the way up the Solomon Islands chain. To westward, U.S. and Australian forces attacked the enemy in the Bismarck Archipelago area. On December 15th, the strategically situated island of New Britain was invaded. The assault was made by the Army's 112th Cavalry Regiment, 1,700 strong. The invasion craft were attacked by more than 30 Japanese planes. The invasion was carried out successfully, despite intense air activity over the landing beaches. The soldiers in the assault waves hadn't expected to be hit before reaching the beach. At Arawa, for the first time in a combat operation, rockets were used to soften up the beaches. The landings were successfully achieved in spite of the heavy enemy air attack. And a beachhead was established. Attached to the 158th Infantry Regiment at Arawa was a group of American Indians who were used chiefly as scouts. Stealthily seeking out enemy troop concentrations was a specialty of the Indians throughout the war in many Pacific battles. Ground forces officers came to appreciate how valuable the Indians were in their reconnaissance assignments. Silent and sure-footed, the Indian scouts went out on mission after mission behind the enemy lines. In a war which called for the employment of stealth and deception, the Indians were beating the enemy at his own game. In addition to serving as scouts and snipers, the Indians often functioned as couriers. They were most adept at carrying important messages safely through territory not yet completely won. In the South and Southwest Pacific, another small group of men called Coast Watchers played a major part in many Allied victories in that area. Coast Watchers were men who were thoroughly familiar with the territory held by the enemy. Top priority information on weather conditions and on the enemy's latest activities was gathered by these volunteers, who worked with the help of friendly natives behind enemy lines. Discovery, of course, would mean instant death. The Coast Watchers, most of whom were Australian, transmitted this vital information to the Allies by radio. After each transmission, the CW would usually be forced to change its location to circumvent discovery by the enemy. If the message got through successfully to Allied units in the area, an invasion force or air or naval strike group could move in on enemy targets more quickly and also cut down on their own casualties. In late December 1943, after the Arawa diversion, a U.S. invasion was planned at another point on western New Britain, at Cape Gloucester. In a pre-invasion strike, U.S. 5th Air Force planes strafed enemy positions and dropped 400 tons of bombs on the beaches. The invasion was begun on the day after Christmas, 1943. The assault troops were 1st Division Marines. Most of the men in the assault waves were veterans of the long, bloody campaign fought by the 1st Marine Division on Guadalcanal. Commanded by Marine General William Rupertus, the troops went quickly about the business of launching the invasion. The scheduled plan for the assault on Cape Gloucester was executed successfully by the invasion force of Marines. Resistance was not expected to be heavy, but then no one could be entirely certain. The main landing was made on the east coast of Cape Gloucester. The beaches had been thoroughly softened up by pre-invasion bombardments, and enemy opposition was light, an unusual situation for marine assault waves in the Pacific in 1943. With the beachhead quickly seized, tanks came ashore, and the drive was on for the capture of the all-important airfield. Though the enemy wasn't particularly troublesome for the first few days, the great morass of mud slowed the Marine advance down. But the riflemen, working closely with the tanks, kept pushing inland without pause. The Marine tank crews handled their vehicles adroitly in the matted jungle, drawing praise from the Army. Every effective weapon was used against the dug-in enemy. After 22 days, the enemy was largely put to rout. The Marines carved up the disorganized clusters of enemy troops who hadn't fled toward Rabaul. The U.S. had succeeded to complete control of western New Britain. The enemy was fast losing his South Seas empire. The attack on Rabaul on the far eastern tip of New Britain was stepped up in early 1944. Thousands of tons of bombs were dropped on the enemy's one-time stronghold. In a 6-month campaign, U.S. planes knocked out Japan's most powerful base in the Southwest Pacific. Rabaul was rendered completely useless to the enemy. For the ground forces, there was one more important area in the Bismarck archipelago, the Admiralty Islands. The U.S. command decided that they must be taken. Before the actual invasion of the islands, a reconnaissance party went ashore on Los Negros to determine the enemy's strength. For 24 hours, they took stock and discovered that the island, seemingly deserted though it looked, was actually heavily garrisoned. It had been decided to assault Los Negros first and then invade Manus, the larger island. The GIs, who were experiencing their baptism of fire, headed toward shore on the morning of February 29th, 1944. Less than 24 U.S. planes appeared, owing to poor weather. The assault soldiers were expecting heavy resistance on the beaches. A good percentage of the GIs landed successfully, but once ashore, they found themselves in a furious battle against a determined enemy. It was a rough fight. In the campaign on the Admiralties, U.S. ground forces suffered some 1,200 casualties. Thanks to blood plasma and newly developed drugs, many of the men who had been badly wounded were saved. With the capture of the two principal islands in the Admiralties, the entire Bismarck area was sealed off. The U.S. forces now controlled the strategic airstrips, which had been used with great effectiveness by the enemy. The quickening offensive in New Guinea required the use of all available Army divisions. General Frederick Irving sped the 24th on its way into combat.
You're about to embark on your great adventure, probably the greatest adventure that has occurred to you during your lifetime. It is the operation we've been looking forward to for a long time. We're all ready. Now, there are a few miscellaneous things that I want to mention tonight. First is, I want to prepare you mentally for the confusion of combat. If you keep quiet, the Jap does not know anything about you, but as soon as you fire your rifle, it's the same as saying, "Here I am." At the same time, you have little chance of hitting anybody in the dark. You have a big chance of hitting your own men. So keep that in mind. Firing at night, spasmodically and so forth, is a mark of ill-disciplined and untrained troops. I don't expect any of that in this division. In conclusion, I want to wish you the best of luck in this operation. These organizations have a grand reputation. I know that when the story of this war is written, that you'll have more than your share of the decorations and honors, and that there'll be no units, no combat team that will acquit themselves any better than will this combat team here.
The next jump in the leapfrog operation up the back of the New Guinea bird was to Aitape, some 400 miles westward. The offensive force was a powerful one, the largest fleet to support any landing in the Southwest Pacific Theater up to this point, accompanied an assault force of some 22,500 troops. A large proportion of the soldiers who were to make the invasion at Aitape were battle-wise veterans of earlier New Guinea engagements, like the men of the 163rd Infantry Regiment.
We'd been in a few scraps with the enemy on New Guinea, but nothing this big. This time it looked as though we were really going to throw a punch. quite a show. The bombardment cheered us all up. The more those big guns pounded the beaches, the fewer Japs there would be to meet us when we went ashore. We started for the beach soon after dawn. We were all a little nervous, and that choppy sea didn't help that feeling in the pit of the stomach. Funny thing, but no matter how many combat landings you made, you never completely got over that case of nerves just before the battle. Once the shooting started on shore, the spell was usually broken, and you'd be so busy keeping on the alert that you wouldn't have time to be nervous.
The initial resistance to the landing at Itapay was relatively light. But as the battle progressed, U.S. forces were subsequently to cut off and chop up the enemy's entire 18th Army. At the same time, a larger U.S. force was landing some 125 miles farther west at Hollandia in Dutch New Guinea. Invasions were made at 2 points along the coast. Opposition on both beaches was light. The first phase of the attack was carried out according to plan. The men of the Army's 41st and 24th Divisions executed the operation without a hitch.
General, the first wave has landed on schedule and had no opposition. Swell. Couldn't be better. Thanks.
The plan called for the troops to drive quickly inland toward the 3 airfields, which were the principal objectives. In the ooze of the northern New Guinea coastal area, the troops were faced with a serious transportation problem. Now and then, the GIs encountered the enemy. But they offered no serious problem. With the 2 invasion forces linked up, the sought-after airfields in the Santani area fell to the U.S. after only 5 days. But it soon became apparent that because of the swampy terrain, the strips could not be built into major bases. A month later, U.S. forces moved 145 miles farther west along the Bird's Back. By seizing an area on the New Guinea coast at Toom, artillery could be employed to shell the real objective, the island of Wakta, 2 miles offshore. From the beachhead near Toom, assault troops launched the shore-to-shore invasion of Wakta Island. Spearhead of that assault was the 163rd Infantry Regiment, the same men who had landed at Itapay 3 weeks earlier.
For some reason, somebody decided that we had to have Wakta Island, probably because the airfield was a little better than the last ones we took. It was a short but tough battle. The enemy troops on Wakta were well dug in, and we had to use our most efficient weapons for getting at them and knocking them out of the battle. We killed almost 800 in the 2-day fight on Wakta.
8 days later, U.S. soldiers made still another landing at Biak, 180 miles westward in Gilvink Bay. Just before the landing, the rocket ships went to work. Rockets were proving more effective than naval gunfire in last-minute bombardments of the invasion beaches. The GIs of the 41st Division who made the assault on Biak were expecting a rough time once they arrived on shore. 12,000 men went ashore on Biak on that first day. 12 medium tanks were landed during the first 10 hours. The battle at Biak didn't get started in earnest until the U.S. force was well established ashore. U.S. Shermans were to play a responsible part in the Allied victory in the pitched battle. Biak turned into one of the most hotly contested engagements in the Southwest Pacific Theater. the enemy refused to surrender the island. 2.5 weeks after the battle on Biak began, General Robert L. Eichelberger was placed in command of the ground forces, with orders to bring the bloody fight to a successful conclusion. For the second time in New Guinea, General Eichelberger cleaned up a messy operation. In early July, another hop to Numfor Island carried the U.S. drive 80 miles still farther west. The small island in Gilvink Bay was invaded by some 7,000 GIs of the 158th Regimental Combat Team. The assault force expected to encounter heavy opposition on the only beach where a landing was feasible. But the initial beachhead was established quickly and with comparative ease. The U.S. invasion force outnumbered the enemy on Numfor by 3 or 4 to 1. Once more, the GIs were prepared for a grueling campaign. But the U.S. command had overestimated the enemy's strength on the island. Against light resistance, the GIs moved quickly across the island. But the command still expected trouble and called for reinforcements to be dropped by parachute over the recently seized airfield. The paratroopers making the jump were the men of the 503rd Parachute Infantry Regiment, most of them veterans of the drop on Natsap earlier in the New Guinea campaign. But this time, the operation was poorly executed. The troopers had been scheduled to drop a distance of at least 400 feet, but some were disgorged from the planes at heights as low as 175 feet. In addition, the plane should have flown in single file rather than two abreast. And the landing area chosen was so narrow that only a part of the group managed to land on the field. Many of the men missed the drop zone, some by a wide margin. Of the 739 men who made the initial jump at Numfor, almost 10% were casualties, and not related in any way to enemy action. Nevertheless, by the 5th day, all 3 airfields on Numfor were in U.S. possession, and all that was left was mopping up. Numfor was by no means the final objective in the New Guinea campaign. In late July, the next hop to Sansapor took the U.S. forces to the head of the New Guinea bird. The landing was not opposed, but the 20,000 GIs of the 6th Division were taking no chances. The assault was made against an enemy which was discovered to be in the process of evacuating the area. U.S. forces had succeeded in driving across the length of New Guinea to the very tip of the 1,500-mile-long island. In mid-September, U.S. soldiers invaded Morotai, an island in the Moluccas, lying between New Guinea and the Philippines. With this engagement, the New Guinea campaign was successfully concluded, a never-to-be-forgotten experience in the lives of the men who fought there, from the greenest private to General Eichelberger.
Historians will state that the 2-year fight for New Guinea was one of the toughest in modern warfare. I agree with them. The men who served under my command in New Guinea from 1942 until late 44 fought day and night under conditions which would have broken the spirit of less stout-hearted troops. Fighting on that terrain in that abominable climate and against an enemy as resourceful as the Japanese was tough enough, but the tropical diseases, malaria, dengue fever, scrub typhus, jungle rot, provided the finishing touches. The fact that we won that most vital island after some 20-odd months of dogged battling is a tribute to the fighting qualities of the American soldier. While my gratitude goes out to our brothers of the Navy and Air, as an infantry commander, I must say that New Guinea was a war of infantrymen, United States and Australia. And by virtue of our victory on New Guinea, the invasion of the Philippines was made possible.
While the leapfrogging hops were made in the Southwest Pacific, U.S. amphibious forces in the Central Pacific were engaged in their own campaign of island hopping. The Marianas were a most strategically important invasion target in June 1944. Prior to World War II, the U.S. area of control in the far Pacific was limited. The island of Guam in the Marianas Group had been under American rule since the U.S. victory in the Spanish-American War in 1898. For some 40 years, the Guamanians led relatively peaceful, uneventful lives as American subjects. But only 100 miles from Guam, the Japanese were conducting a different kind of administration. On Tinian and Saipan and the other Marianas, the islanders worked hard for their Asiatic masters. In the late 1930s, the Western Pacific was dominated by the rapidly expanding Japanese Empire. That expansion continued to the bursting point. The war with Japan had several memorable turning points, all directly affecting the final outcome. In the struggle for the Marianas in the summer of 1944, the enemy's leaders realized that if U.S. forces were successful at Saipan, Japan could prepare itself for eventual defeat. In Hawaii, the troops scheduled to see action in the Marianas prepared to embark on the journey to the target. General Ralph Smith commanded the Army's 27th Division, one of the 3 divisions earmarked for the campaign on Saipan. During the last days of May 1944, the men became part of the northern troops and landing force assigned to the Saipan operation. By the 1st of June, the last elements of the divisions which would oppose the enemy on Saipan were aboard ship, and Operation Forager was begun. While the attack force was en route, word of the landings on the beaches of Normandy came through. But the assault forces on the ships were occupied with their own invasion, a campaign just as vital to final victory in the Pacific as the Normandy invasion was to the European triumph. 3 days before D-Day on Saipan, scout planes flew reconnaissance missions to search out any enemy naval force. The men were briefed thoroughly on the principal features of the landing area. The task force neared the objective. Before dawn on D-Day, the carrier planes were readied for their last pre-invasion strikes. D-Day morning, June 15th, was bright, clear, and hot. U.S. planes continued to work over the target in the teeth of enemy flak. From all appearances, the battle ahead looked like a tough one. At dawn, the warships provided a staccato introduction to the invasion. The Navy had a wide range of targets to concentrate on. The naval guns worked overtime. Now and then they had to be cooled off before going back into action. With each hour less than an hour away, the assault force of Marines who were to carve out the beachhead on Saipan prepared for one more landing against a carefully entrenched enemy. No matter how often a Marine went ashore against heavy enemy opposition, each new landing seemed just as tough or tougher than the last. Even veterans like Marine Private First Class Harry Jackson of Pitchfork, Wyoming, never got really used to the feeling that went with going in on an enemy beach.
After a couple of tough landings, you couldn't help figuring that the law of averages was working against you. In a way, it was a good feeling to be on solid ground again, but that meant you were wide open. Even though your buddies were all around, you felt all alone on a beach like Saipan. At least on this one, the men got into the beach. That hard ball in the pit of your stomach never left until you saw the first guy near you get hit. That did it. You wanted to even the score for the guys who got it. Saipan was rough right from the word go, and this time there was a lot more island to take than there was on some of those atolls. The first few hours on the island gave us a good idea of what the campaign was going to be like. Somebody said that 2,000 Marines got hit that first day. Nobody doubted it. They finally called for some more support from the cans offshore. And the Zoomies gave us a hand once in a while, too. After the first couple of days, we had a pretty good idea the place was ours, with no ifs, ands, or buts. Then we moved on in to take over a real chunk of the island. But it wasn't any cinch. Those tanks were handy to have around. Sometimes you'd be able to save a guy who got hit bad using the tank as a shield. Speaking of things that were handy to have around, those rockets weren't just whistling Dixie. By D-Day +3, we'd taken Aslito Airfield, the enemy's most important air base on the island. The Japs had really had it at Aslito. They pulled out awful fast.
By June 18th, a sizable area had been seized by the assault Marines of the 2nd and 4th Divisions, assisted, beginning on the second day, by GIs of the Army's 27th Division. After Aslito Field had been taken by the soldiers, land-based planes in considerable numbers could be used in support of the drive north on the island. The 3 divisions, 2 Marine, 1 Army, worked abreast up the island. On Saipan, both sides used tanks. In general, American mediums proved superior to the Japanese variety. In one pitched battle lasting 3.5 hours, 31 enemy tanks were knocked out. The enemy counterattack had been successfully beaten off. But the fight to gain control of the southern sector of Saipan had taken its toll of assault troops. During the first week of the campaign, the U.S. invasion force suffered some 6,000 casualties in the campaign to gain control of this valuable cornerstone of the enemy's defense perimeter. The day before D-Day, the U.S. naval force off Saipan learned that a Japanese fleet was moving into the Philippine Sea off Saipan's west coast to contest the invasion. The enemy naval force raced east from the Philippines, but was met by a strong U.S. armada in the Philippine Sea. U.S. carrier pilots could scarcely wait for this chance to close with the Japanese fleet. The pilots headed straight for the enemy force. The Japanese ships were prepared for a battle, but not for the one that was shaping up in the Philippine Sea. The Japanese gun crews looked forward to a good day's shooting. The enemy fleet was well set for the engagement when the first contact was made. The U.S. planes swarmed all over the Japanese fleet. Enemy planes fought back desperately. The enemy air group began losing its planes in some numbers. The U.S. air complement suffered some casualties too. But the enemy was overwhelmingly beaten in the two-day battle in the Philippine Sea, which came to be known as the Marianas Turkey Shoot. The enemy threat to the beachhead on Saipan was completely dissipated. Of the 216 American planes which pursued the fleeing enemy ships, about half returned safely to their home carrier. Not all escaped unscathed. Some pilots were born lucky. Some of the men who made a U.S. victory possible had fought their last battle.
For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Unto Almighty God we commend the soul of our brother departed, and we commit his body to the deep. In sure and certain hope of the resurrection unto eternal life. Amen.
Once more, the Pacific received its dead. In the battle off the Marianas, the enemy not only failed in its intended purpose, but suffered one of the most humiliating defeats it had ever experienced. On shore at Saipan, the campaign was gaining momentum. The toughest objective on the island was Tapachao, a 1,500-foot mountain whose crest dominated the whole of Saipan. That crest had to be seized from the enemy at any cost. Marines and soldiers pushed the attack up its slopes for several days. But the joint assault by the Marines and Army troops was not well synchronized. In overall command of the ground campaign on Saipan, Marine General Holland Smith was dissatisfied with the cautious forward advance of the Army troops. On June 24th, the general lived up to his nickname, Howlin' Mad, and fired the Army commander. The controversy over the Marine general's action raged as fiercely as the battle itself. At the same time, along the west coast of the island, Marines of the 2nd Division pressed into the outskirts of Garapan, capital city of the Marianas, and got their first taste of street fighting. Thousands of Chamorros, whose homes had been demolished, walked into the American lines at the first opportunity. U.S. fighting men made certain that the natives were out of harm's way. Many Chamorros had been hiding in caves for more than a week with little food and water. Some were on the edge of starvation when they came into American hands. Some Chamorros, no one knows how many, were killed in the violent battle for their island home. The natives of Saipan would not soon forget the summer of 1944. By July 7th, U.S. forces had seized the major part of the island. Early that morning, the Japanese made a large-scale banzai charge against the U.S. position. The frenzied Japanese drove deep into American lines, into territory held by U.S. artillery. The charge was finally stopped in a bitter hand-to-hand struggle. More than 2,000 Japanese were killed. Faced with the loss of their island base, they had chosen to die as a tribute to their emperor, in the tradition of the Bushido Code. Enemy resistance on Saipan had been almost completely eliminated. Most of the 30,000 enemy troops had been killed or captured. Virtually all of Saipan, almost to the northern tip at Marpy Point, was now in U.S. possession. Before starting to clean out the remaining area, American forces waited while one last appeal was made to the enemy troops to surrender. Any natives holed up in the area were advised to come into the American lines immediately. Several dozen Chamorros were convinced that they would not be tortured and killed as the enemy had told them, and took advantage of the last opportunity to move into the U.S.-held territory. Finally, the attack was launched against the last piece of enemy-held ground on Saipan. A few more enemy soldiers joined their ancestors. In the closing days of the battle, the number of enemy prisoners was swelled to more than 1,000. But for every Japanese soldier who surrendered, there were many more who refused to give up. Some of the natives chose suicide. On July 9th, the U.S. controlled all of Saipan. On the southern tip of the island, U.S. artillery pounded Tinian, 3 miles distant. After 2 weeks' breather, the 2 Marine divisions assaulted Tinian. The 2nd Marine Division, in an effective feint, drew the enemy's attention to the southern beaches, while 4th Division Marines went ashore to the north and drove down the island against scattered resistance. Back from their fake landing, 2nd Division Marines followed the 4th Division Marines ashore on the northwest coast. The carefully executed diversionary movement had succeeded in fooling the enemy and throwing his defensive forces off balance. The 2nd Division Marines also landed against little or no opposition. Tinian has been termed by some military historians the perfect operation. The drive south by the 2 Marine divisions was as well coordinated as the invasion maneuver. The enemy's defense of Tinian lasted for only 9 days. Aware that their elite army units on Saipan had been wiped out, the Japanese forces on Tinian almost seemed reconciled to their eventual defeat. To the south of Saipan and Tinian, another U.S. amphibious force had moved into position for the assault on Guam on July 21st. Navy warships provided the customary overture to the invasion. Guam was one of the first areas seized by the enemy in December 1941. Marines of the 3rd Division and the 1st Provisional Brigade made the assault on the island. Opposition to the landing was moderate to heavy. The fight to regain Guam looked as though it would be a bloody one. After 2.5 dark years, the long-awaited liberation of America's island outpost was finally at hand. As the campaign continued, the assault Marines were reinforced by the Army's 77th Division. On Guam, the Marines and soldiers worked together well in a closely knit operation. The battle against the stubborn enemy on Guam lasted for 21 days. The 3 major islands in the Marianas had been successfully seized. The Marines were especially gratified at retaking the old Marine Corps base on the island. The natives, Chamorros, who had grown up under American rule until 1941, were again safely in U.S. hands. By late September, Guam had been pretty thoroughly cleaned out. The capital city, Agana, had been hit hard during the bitter struggle for the island. Guam's recent history had been superimposed on the evidences of its Spanish heritage. On Guam, as at Saipan and Tinian, the battle for the island was concluded with a familiar ceremony. On all 3 islands in the Marianas, some 5,000 Marines and soldiers lost their lives in the campaign designed to hasten materially the end of the war with Japan. But for these thousands, the war was already at an end. With the major islands in the strategically important Marianas in U.S. possession, the high brass charged with directing the conduct of the Pacific War moved into the area to prepare for the knockout blows against Japan itself. And the most important items in the planning for the delivery of those knockout blows were the Marianas airstrips. On every newly won island in the Pacific, readying the airstrip was always a top priority assignment. But in the Marianas, that job had a special urgency. For from the improved airfields on Saipan, Tinian, and Guam, America's new superfortresses, the powerful B-29s, would soon take off on missions against the enemy's home islands. On the Asiatic mainland, the conduct of the war against Japan was complicated by quite different problems. China, Burma, and India comprised one of the forgotten areas of The war with Japan was not limited to the battles on Pacific Islands. On the Asiatic mainland, the struggle against the warriors of Imperial Japan was fought on some of the most difficult terrain in the world. First to oppose Nipponese aggression, China's Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek battled the invaders for 10 years before Pearl Harbor. Fighting on China's side were 3 squadrons of some 250 volunteer American airmen, who called themselves the Flying Tigers, commanded by Texas-born Colonel Claire Chennault. In those dark days before Pearl Harbor, a handful of Americans took an active part in the attempt to check the Japanese aggressors. In the late 1930s, Japan extended its area of control on the Asian continent. To the south, the Emperor's troops concentrated their attacks on China's coastal cities. With the area bordering the sea conquered, Japanese troops sealed off China's armies in the interior most effectively. But Japan was well aware that China was not thoroughly blockaded as long as supplies from the outside world could be brought into Rangoon, thence transported by rail to northern Burma, finally across the mountains to China via the Burma Road. In July 1940, that supply line too was sealed off. In Tokyo, the British ambassador, Sir Robert Craigie, advised Japanese Foreign Minister Arita that Great Britain was closing the Burma Road, a move intended to appease Japan, while Britain was engaged in a life-or-death struggle in Europe and Africa. The vital lifeline to China was cut for 3 months. In October, the road was reopened by the British, whose policy in Asia was stiffening, and supplies were again unloaded in Burma for the long overland journey to central China. On that tortuous route depended China's hope for survival in the desperate struggle against the aggressors. By December 7th, 1941, the Japanese had succeeded in winning control of great areas of the Asian continent. On December 8th, Japanese troops in Asia went to work in earnest. One of their main objectives was Burma. Japanese troops quickly took possession of Lower Burma, where the British oil wells were located. Before pulling out, British forces had set fire to the oil fields, which fell into Japanese hands in mid-April 1942. The conquerors embarked at once on a program of winning over the Burmese to their own point of view. Speaking in Burmese, Japanese officers expounded the doctrine of Asia for the Asiatics. The natives in the areas already controlled by the Japanese were skeptical but curious. In the hills where Britain's Indian troops were in hiding, the Japanese were forced to go to a little more trouble to get their message across. Their propaganda was artfully introduced by authentic Indian music. But But the invaders weren't relying wholly on propaganda to achieve their objectives. The Burma Road was one of their most important targets in those early months of 1942. On the ground, the Japanese were intent on driving north from their newly conquered territory to cut the Burma Road and completely isolate China. That ambitious plan called for Japanese troops to advance more than 500 miles over difficult terrain against an Allied delaying action. The Emperor's troops attacked with great determination. In late March, the invaders had seized Toungoo, routing Chinese forces commanded by U.S. General Vinegar Joe Stilwell. Thoroughly overpowered, the Allied forces retreated, followed closely by the Japanese, and finally reached Imphal in India just as the monsoon season began. Thus ended one of the most remarkable retreats in military history. Quantities of American munitions and equipment were seized by the enemy during the chase. In their conquest of Burma, the Japanese took a considerable number of British prisoners of war. British resistance in all of Southeast Asia was ended by May 1942. Throughout Asia, British prestige had dropped to a new low. With the Burma lifeline cut, a new route to China was devised, by way of India, thence by air across the towering Himalayas to beleaguered central China. Into Calcutta harbor came thousands of tons of supplies for China's troops, who were still grimly battling the enemy in the interminable struggle. Plus the invaluable vehicles so necessary in mobile 20th century warfare. At airfields in India's province of Assam, great quantities of American materiel were loaded aboard transport planes for the most difficult leg of the trip. The flight across the Himalayas came to be known in the CBI as flying the hump. Crossing the top of the world was a stirring experience for the airmen assigned to the run. The trip never became routine. The hump had to be cleared at more than 18,000 feet, and there were no possible spots for emergency landings below. Across the formidable mountains lay the plains of China. The airfield at Kunming was the eastern terminus of the hump run. The Chinese gratefully welcomed the weapons and supplies which would enable them to continue the long, desperate struggle against the invaders. But getting that equipment to the Chinese troops was far from an easy job. Transportation in the interior of China was still a primitive operation. The last leg of the trip was achieved by the most ancient methods, at a painfully slow rate of progress. Chiang's forces continued to fall back under the weight of fresh enemy attacks. The Chinese situation from a military standpoint was growing steadily worse. And with every Chinese defeat, thousands of civilian Chinese straggled back from the area seized by the enemy. Headquarters of the Chinese government had been moved to Chongqing as long ago as November 1937. Here, more than 1,000 miles inland, Free China dug in, determined to fight the enemy to the last. Air raid shelters were built out of the solid rock. The inhabitants of Chongqing grew accustomed to sudden raids by enemy planes. China's new capital was a high priority target for Japanese bombers. As soon as the enemy planes were spotted far out of town, the alarm would be turned in without a moment's delay. Chongqing was bombed with increasing frequency as the enemy gained ground in China. For the Chinese, 1943 was a most critical year in the long war against the Nipponese invaders. Chongqing was also a nerve center for the Chinese communists, who early in the war had agreed to cooperate with the nationalists in the fight against the common enemy. But in practice, the communists rarely cooperated with the Chinese nationalists. Throughout World War II, the nationalists were forced to cope with two enemies. The plight of the Chinese nationalist forces and the Chinese government grew more desperate. Politically as well as militarily, Free China was being backed into a corner. At the Quadrant Conference of Allied Powers in Quebec, the critical problems of Eastern and Southeastern Asia were explored in some detail. It was felt that the confusion of Allied commands in that theater was contributing to the enemy's successes. To help simplify the tangled situation, the Southeast Asia Command was created, to be headed by Admiral Lord Louis Mountbatten. The new commander took over his post with a great feeling of optimism.
I feel very honored to have been appointed to the Southeast Asia Command. As you know, it is an Allied command, and I'm particularly proud to think that there will be United States forces and British forces fighting side by side in the Southeast Asia Command with our Chinese allies until we've finally thrown the Japs out and final victory is won.
China's Generalissimo, unfortunately, did not agree on the conduct of the war with Lord Mountbatten, nor with his deputy, U.S. General Joe Stilwell. But on lower levels, the mixture of Allied forces worked more smoothly. Chinese troops were instructed in the techniques of modern warfare by American soldiers. The Chinese were quick to respond to the American training. From airfields in Chinese territory, U.S. planes of the 14th Air Force flew countless missions against the enemy, which was pressing the attack against the Chinese. The steady, day-by-day operations of the 14th Air Force against the enemy in China helped materially to keep Free China in the battle during those dark years. In Burma in late 1943, Allied troops were set to embark on the road back to eventual final victory. In late December, at a small clearing in northern Burma, General Vinegar Joe Stilwell returned to lead the forces back to the territory from which he had retreated a year and a half earlier. In this drive, Stilwell had under his command two American-trained Chinese divisions, the 22nd and the 38th. The campaign to take Myitkyina was waged by a force of men fighting against overpowering odds. The Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army at the time, General George Marshall, summed it up in his war reports.
The mission that the Joint Chiefs of Staff had given General Stilwell in Asia was one of the most difficult of the war. He was out at the end of the thinnest supply line of all. He could have only what was left. He had a most difficult physical problem of great distances, almost impassable terrain, widespread disease, and unfavorable climate. He faced an extremely difficult political problem, and his purely military problem of opposing large numbers of enemy with few resources was unmatched in any theater.
In his drive back, General Stilwell was accompanied by another celebrated figure, one of the small force of men who had made the memorable retreat, Dr. Gordon Seagrave, the famed Burma surgeon. During 1943, work was rushed on an overland route from India to a junction with the Burma Road. This ambitious construction project was a corollary of Stilwell's Burma campaign. When completed, The Lido Road would give the Allies a valuable supply artery between India and Burma. The road builders followed closely behind the fighting men. In the construction of the road, American ingenuity was supplemented by time-tested Asian methods. The results were gratifying to everyone connected with the project. But all this effort on the part of more than 20,000 engineers and laborers was to prove eminently worthwhile, for the flow of desperately needed supplies for the Chinese troops could be increased. The enemy still held much of the area through which the road would pass. From Lido in India, the route would wind across the rugged terrain to Myitkyina in northern Burma, and then to a junction with the Burma Road, thus effecting a continuous highway from India to China. Behind the enemy's lines, U.S. General Frank Merrill and a band of 3,000 officers and men who called themselves Merrill's Marauders played a leading role in the fight to gain control of Myitkyina Airfield. Since the Marauders were usually isolated, they were supplied by airdrops of food and munitions. This system of supply, on which the success of the Marauders depended, demanded a close liaison between air crews and the raiders. In their perilous operations, Merrill's men suffered heavy casualties. Using the same tactics employed to good advantage in Burma a year earlier by Wingate's raiders, the Marauders fought 5 major and 30 minor engagements against a stronger enemy force and achieved their objective. Gliders were employed to ferry some of the fighting engineers to Myitkyina Airfield. To many veterans of the theater, the struggle for Myitkyina Airfield signified the turning of the tide in Burma. The engineers arrived at Myitkyina Airfield soon after it passed into Allied hands in mid-May 1944. In fact, the airfield had just been seized from the enemy when work was begun on repairing the strip. The only all-weather strip in northern Burma, Myitkyina Airfield was vital to the success of the Allied campaign in that country. On the day after the strip was captured, General Stilwell arrived to pay his respects to General Merrill, whose Marauders had succeeded in their difficult assignment. From Myitkyina Airfield, bombing runs could be undertaken against enemy forces in the fight for the territory surrounding the town of Myitkyina. On the ground, forward observers called for more air support. Just as important as the pressing military needs in the CBI were the diplomatic considerations. In an effort to keep peace among the Allied forces in the Orient, the U.S. sent several emissaries to Chungking, among them Vice President Henry Wallace. Mr. Wallace recommended to Washington that China be separated from the command of Zhang's bitter opponent, U.S. General Stilwell, a proposal seconded by the Generalissimo. But U.S. policy in China in 1944 was as variable as the spring breezes which played among the reeds. China's Generalissimo was often toasted one day and scorned the next. In the late summer and early fall of that year, the Chinese were forced to fall back again. Guilin and other cities in southeastern China were abandoned to the enemy. The hapless Chinese were the victims of a determined enemy offensive. Only in China was the Allied position so weak that the enemy could still seize territory in considerable quantity. At Guilin and at Liuzhou, the U.S. 14th Air Force bases were in danger of being overrun and had to be abandoned. Before the American airmen pulled out, they took great pains to be certain that the enemy would not get much use out of the installations in the field. Bombs were set at strategic points on the airstrips. The major air bases at Guilin and Liuzhou were evacuated in the autumn of 1944. The enemy gained possession of an area which included a total of 8 forward U.S. air bases, but not in very usable condition. All over the world, the Allies were driving the enemy back. But in China, the Allied position was steadily deteriorating. In Chongqing, U.S. General Albert Wedemeyer replaced recently recalled General Stilwell as Zhang's Chief of Staff. In late 1944, the Allied military picture grew somewhat brighter. In China and India, the finishing touches were added to air bases which accommodated America's newest and largest bombers. From these bases, it was confidently felt, the enemy's offensives could be effectively dispersed by America's newest air weapon. The new B-29s, operating in the CBI as the 20th Air Force, were capable of covering a range of targets which stretched from Rangoon to Japan itself. In the reconquest of Burma, the superfortresses were used in softening up the enemy's hold on the country's capital and chief port, Rangoon. In one raid on Rangoon, 56 B-29s participated. To the north, Mandalay was under attack by Allied planes and British ground forces for more than 2 months. The Southeast Asia commander, Lord Mountbatten, inspected Mandalay soon after its capture by British forces. Meanwhile, in lower Burma, between Mandalay and Rangoon, American bombers attacked enemy military targets for the first time with Azon bombs, directed to their pinpointed objectives by radio control. The results were most successful. The capture of Rangoon was speeded up by an invasion from the air. A force of Gurkha paratroopers jumped in an assault on a strong point which dominated the approach to Rangoon. The operation went off smoothly, but it developed that the air invasion had not been necessary after all. British ground forces entering Rangoon via landings along the coast found that the enemy had abandoned the city. 38 months after Rangoon had been forfeited to the aggressors, Burma's capital was once again in British hands. The reconquest of Burma had required the services of more than 1 million men. But final victory always made the long, bitter campaign seem worthwhile. In the retaking of Burma, a considerable number of British prisoners were liberated. Some had been taken captive by the enemy 3 years before, but throughout their long internment, they never gave up hope. In early 1945, the first truck convoy left from Lido, India, bound for China via the Lido and Burma roads, now linked. This invaluable artery across the rugged mountains helped materially to speed up the flow of supplies to China. But even in full operation, the overland route, christened the Stilwell Road, accounted for only a third as much tonnage as was flown across the hump in the waning months of the war. To facilitate the flow of fuel from India to northern Burma and China, several pipelines were constructed. From India, the fuel was pumped via pipe as far as Kunming, more than 900 miles away. Thus, one more lifeline was established with beleaguered China. In early 1945, the Chinese mounted an offensive and succeeded in forcing the enemy back somewhat in certain areas. But though the Chinese scored limited gains, the Japanese were by no means in retreat throughout China. By the closing months of World War II, the Chinese gained some ground, but also lost much valuable territory. Jiang's forces continued to attack, but even the most optimistic of his allies never felt that the Chinese could win back China. In other parts of the Pacific theater, the Allied situation was brighter. In September 1944, a group of islands in the Carolines was vital to U.S. success in the Western Pacific. From Palau, U.S. planes could launch attacks against the Philippines, preparatory to an By the end of summer 1944, American forces were well established in the Marianas, only 1,500 miles from Tokyo. In the Southwest Pacific, U.S. Army troops had swept to the western tip of New Guinea. But further progress from both of those newly won positions demanded the securing of the flank. Between western New Guinea and the Marianas lay a small group of islands in the Carolines called Palau. To the top strategists of the Pacific War, the problem was, must heavily defended Palau be taken? In the late summer of 1944, the Allied advance in the Western Pacific pointed to a quickening schedule of invasions. Morotai and the Halmahera group was an obvious target on the drive from New Guinea. On the right flank of that route lay Palau. The necessity for the invasion of the Palau Islands was discussed by the top Army and Navy commanders in the Pacific at great length. General MacArthur, intent on retaking the Philippines, felt that Palau must be seized to secure his right flank, and also to provide a base from which air cover could be furnished for the Philippine operation. Admiral Nimitz agreed. Admiral Halsey, on the other hand, felt that the Palau campaign was not really necessary. During September, Halsey's Third Fleet was on the prowl in the waters off the southern Philippines and launched its planes in attacks against enemy airfields on those islands. The carrier planes' attacks were highly successful. Because of the light opposition to these carrier raids on the Philippines, Halsey recommended that Palau be bypassed, a recommendation which was not followed by his superiors. At home in the late summer of 1944, America was demonstrating that she was fully capable of waging warfare successfully against the enemies in Europe and in Asia. Less than 3 years after Pearl Harbor, U.S. industry was achieving miracles in producing the machines and weapons of war in unbelievable quantities. America was geared completely to the demands of the two-ocean war. Supplying the troops on both sides of the world was the nation's #1 business. By the late summer of '44, America's millions had adjusted with good grace to the inconveniences and shortages of wartime living. America was solidly behind the two wars being fought on far-flung battlefields. On Main Street and on Broadway, U.S. citizens were investing in that war. To shorten the time needed to win that war, the people, young and old, directed all their energies toward one goal, the backing up of American fighting men. Of course, everybody had to relax once in a while, especially the servicemen just back from the front. And there was a good deal to be happy about. Paris had been liberated, and Patton was racing across France. Most Americans felt it wouldn't be too long before the Nazis were knocked out of the war. Then the U.S. could really go to work on Japan. Mounting confidence was evident all over the United States. But there were constant reminders, too, that the war wasn't quite won, that there were still costly battles to be fought. In the Western Pacific in early September 1944, the war was being carried forward toward eventual final victory by the powerful amphibious forces which were driving deeper into the enemy's zone of defense. The immediate objective was the group of islands called Palau. To seize the most strategically important islands in that chain, a force of sizable proportions was dispatched, assigned to bombard and invade the designated target islands in mid-September. The decision on which islands of the group to invade was a difficult one. The largest number of Japanese troops was concentrated on Babaltuap, the largest island. Less than half as many enemy troops garrisoned Peleliu, which also had an airstrip. A relatively small force defended Angaur, which was in a commanding position at the base of the Palau chain. The amphibious force which moved northwestward through the far Pacific was to strike at the last two of those islands, Peleliu and Angaur. The naval and troop commanders checked over the planned invasions for the last time. On September 15th, 1944, the assault was begun on Peleliu Island by the men of the 1st Marine Division. The last pre-invasion airstrikes were made, concluding 3 days of softening up enemy strong points by strafing and bombing. Peleliu was to be invaded and captured so that U.S. forces would gain possession of the vitally important airfield on the island, a key to the control of the Western Pacific area. Before the assault troops stormed ashore on Peleliu, the approaches to the beach were prepared for the first waves of boats. This delicate and hazardous job fell to the underwater demolition teams, composed of selected Navy and Marine volunteers, popularly known as frogmen. The underwater demolition men had to be able to swim long distances underwater and to work well completely on their own. The frogmen had to work quickly, first in locating the obstacle to be removed, natural or artificial, and then to set the high explosive charge correctly under the most difficult conditions. Then the trick was to get back to the pickup boat without being spotted by the enemy. Once safely out of the immediate area, the job was completed. During the latter years of World War II, the frogmen enabled many invasions to go off smoothly. Early on D-Day morning, the Navy's warships sought to soften up the beaches by the final pre-invasion bombardment. Though the battle on shore was expected to be another Tarawa, the Navy complained that they had run out of targets. But there were many installations which the Navy's guns did not even touch. As H hour neared, the Combat Information Center aboard ship became the nerve center of the operation. At 6:30 on D-Day morning, the amphibian tractors carrying their complement of assault troops started for the line of departure, the area from which the final dash to the beach would be begun. The landing craft, Each one, a part of a designated wave, rendezvoused before making the coordinated move toward the beaches. In the Peleliu invasion, each step of the operation by each unit was reported to the top commanders on the command ship. They were thus able to gain an overall picture of the situation.
Wave 1 could final line of departure at 0825.
On deck, the troop commanders watched anxiously as the landing craft moved toward the beaches. The assault troops were preceded by a rocket barrage directed against the area behind the landing beaches. Resistance on Peleliu was expected to be heavy. As the armored amphibians moved toward shore, they drew heavy fire from the enemy, a good indication of what was in store on the beaches. As the landing craft neared the shore, the atmosphere aboard the command ship became charged with tension. Each message received from the assault units helped fill in a vital part of the broad mosaic of the battle for the beachhead. This was the first amphibious assault made by the 1st Marine Division to be opposed by the enemy. The landings at Guadalcanal and Cape Gloucester, New Britain, had been nothing like this. In the Marine Corps, the 1st Division had earned the reputation of drawing operations which entailed easy landings. But at Peleliu, this tradition of good luck was dissipated. The first waves hit the beach to the accompaniment of intense enemy mortar and artillery fire. The prediction that it would be rough turned out to be an understatement. Casualties on the beaches were heavy. The 1st Marine Division was paying dearly for the small strip of coral and sand along Peleliu's western shore. To hold on to the slim foothold, the Marines had to drive quickly inland to deepen their beachhead. In the face of withering enemy fire, they pushed ahead. On the left flank, the battle was particularly tough. The 3rd Battalion of the 1st Marine Regiment ran into very heavy opposition. A brutal fight developed. On D-Day on Peleliu, the situation reports on the fierce and confused fighting were relayed regularly to the top command. The line against the enemy was broken by 2 major gaps, so serious that the position of the entire U.S. force on the island was endangered.
Spitfire 1, we are under heavy enfilade fire.
The critical situation was followed with careful attention to every minute detail by the commanders of the operation on the command ship offshore. On the afternoon of D-Day on Peleliu, the Marines found themselves faced with the necessity of stopping a strong enemy counterattack. The men of the 1st Battalion, 5th Marine Regiment, braced themselves for the attack. At 4:50 o'clock, the Marines opened up with everything they had. In the savage battle, American tanks once again took the measure of the obsolete Japanese models. The enemy counterattack failed completely and ended in a familiar way. The first objective for which the Marines were fighting so bitterly was the airfield on Peleliu. To seize that airstrip, the exhausted Marines pushed on in a determined effort to gain that prize before nightfall. By the late afternoon, the Marines had possession of part of that objective. But the conquest of Peleliu wasn't to be as brief as originally planned. The biggest obstacle to the Marines' progress was Bloody Nose Ridge. Holed up inside many of the peaks in that ridge, the Japanese troops could exist for a long period, could enter and leave by any one of a number of passages. It was up to the Marines to clean the enemy out of every cave entrance, and they attacked the job with great determination. fight to take Bloody Nose Ridge on Peleliu was one of the toughest spot actions of the entire Pacific War. Casualties in the lines were taken back to a more protected area, but sometimes that job was almost impossible. Many of the casualties were taken to a safer position behind the front, right under the sights of the enemy's guns. During the first 2 days, one company alone suffered 67% casualties. It became apparent that this was to be no quick operation. As often as possible, badly wounded Marines were taken off the island entirely, out of range of the enemy's fire. During many of the Pacific campaigns, the wounded American serviceman was transferred quickly to a waiting hospital ship standing by offshore. Often, the entire trip from the front lines to the sanctuary of the ship's hospital took less than an hour. Many of the difficult surgical cases would not have been saved in former wars. Indeed, the advances made in medical science during World War II helped keep U.S. casualties at a minimum. Thanks directly to the efficient work of the Army and Navy doctors and the Nurse Corps, the lives of thousands of American fighting men were saved. The invasion of Angkor was made by the Army's 81st Division on September 17th, 2 days after the assault on Peleliu. The 81st, nicknamed the Wildcat Division, was commanded by General Paul Mueller, who led his troops into combat for the first time on Angkor. After the customary softening up of the beaches, the men of the 81st landed against light resistance and went about the job of seizing the island from the enemy garrison force. Angkor was not heavily defended, but the enemy had to be wiped out yard by yard. The GIs on Angkor suffered some casualties too, but fortunately not a high percentage of the troops committed. The frontline work of the Army medics under fire was notable. For 4 days, the GIs pressed the attack on Angkor. On September 20th, all organized resistance ceased. The enemy's defense of Angkor had crumbled. The island was declared officially secure on that 4th day. Without any loss of time, Army engineers went to work on the construction of an airstrip on the island. The work of clearing the area was carried forward under enemy sniper fire. The field on Angkor would provide a second bomber strip in the Palaus and would lessen the amount of traffic on the Peleliu Strip. Construction was continued even after dark. The GI in charge of the lights which flooded the area was ready to pull the switch in a second if an alert was sounded. On Peleliu, the Marines were having a tougher time dealing with the enemy in the caves of Bloody Nose Ridge, a fortress which was proving virtually impregnable to the Marines' continuing attacks. Progress was slow. The Marines advanced slightly, only to be stopped after each small gain. Sometimes the Marines would be thrown back from their newly won positions. The call for air support was quickly answered. The men on the ground took a short breather while Marine pilots went to work on the enemy. The crescendo of the howitzers prefaced each new attack. Some areas of Bloody Nose Ridge were fought for several times. On Peleliu, advances were often measured in terms of a few yards. Once in a great while, the Marines gave their weapons a short rest. The Navy hospital corpsmen had plenty to do. Casualties were mounting at an alarming rate. General William Rupertus felt that his 1st Marine Division could carry on without help. But his superior, 3rd Amphibious Corps Commander Marine General Roy Geiger, felt that it would be wise to bring in, as reinforcement, a regimental combat team from the Army's 81st Division, relatively fresh after the short struggle on Angaur. The GIs of the 321st Infantry Regiment were to relieve a badly chewed-up Marine regiment, the 1st, which had been clawing at the enemy at Bloody Nose Ridge for 8 straight days. The soldiers were to work with elements of the 7th Marine Regiment in the drive north to secure the northern section of Peleliu. The Army troops edged around the ridge and approached it from the north, in a move coordinated with Marine attacks from the sides of the ridge. Some of the Marines were assisted by war dogs, who were trained to detect the enemy's presence. The fight for Bloody Nose raged on. From the airfield on Peleliu, Marine pilots took off on the shortest bomb run in World War II in the Pacific, 1,000 yards to the target, Bloody Nose Ridge, more formally called Umabrokel Mountain. Sometimes the planes dropped napalm-filled belly tanks with instantaneous fuse mechanisms. The results were most effective. Napalm, which had first been used against the enemy on Tinian, often proved more devastating than regular bombs, particularly on jagged terrain. Week after week, U.S. troops assaulted Bloody Nose Ridge with every weapon available. A favorite weapon of Japanese soldiers on suicide missions was the Bangalore torpedo. While the campaign on Peleliu was continuing, it became apparent that a supplementary operation would have to be conducted against an adjoining island, Ngesabus, which was given a once-over by the Marine pilots. On September 28th, Marines of the 3rd Battalion, 5th Marine Regiment, conducted a well-executed shore-to-shore operation from Peleliu to Ngesabus. This small-scale invasion was necessary to deny the enemy the use of a base for his artillery, which was being directed against U.S. troops on Peleliu. Ngesabus was seized without too much difficulty by the 1,000 Marines. The island was taken quickly, and U.S. losses were light. On Peleliu, the fight for Bloody Nose continued without let-up. By the end of September, the enemy was losing control of the island. A number of Japanese soldiers surrendered, but they represented only a part of the force still alive on Peleliu. For every enemy soldier who gave himself up, there were many more still holed up in the caves of Bloody Nose Ridge. On Peleliu, a handful of Japanese troops were taken alive before the island was termed secure. As for the rest, the U.S. forces spent another 8 weeks sealing up cave entrances in the last pocket of enemy resistance, an area about 900 yards long and 400 yards wide. By late November, the enemy was all finished on Peleliu. In taking two key islands in the Palaus, U.S. fighting men had seized a valuable area in the far reaches of the western Pacific. The Stars and Stripes flew over the most westerly of the Caroline Islands after a campaign which ranked with the most bitterly fought of the war in the Pacific. From that territory, won at a cost of more than 1,600 American lives, U.S. forces were in position for their next move. In October, a sizable airstrip capable of accommodating heavy bombers was in operation on Angkor. From that field, U.S. bomber pilots made periodic runs over some of the islands in the Palau group which had not been invaded by American amphibious forces. The pilots concentrated on enemy positions on Babaltuap and Koror. Occasionally, these routine missions proved fatal. But gradually, the air over the western Pacific came under U.S. control. With Morotai in the Moluccas functioning as one air base and the Palaus as another, U.S. planes could easily cover the forthcoming invasion of the Philippines. Starting in October, U.S. bombers operating from Palau attacked Japanese fields and installations in the Philippines. And just 1 month after D-Day at Peleliu, U.S. invasion forces were en route to the long-awaited invasion of the Philippine Islands. In Washington in March 1935, President Roosevelt approved the constitution of the new Philippine Commonwealth, another step toward Philippine independence. But in the islands themselves, the preparation for that long-sought freedom was interrupted in December 1941 and the months that followed by Japanese assault troops. In May 1942, the Japanese won Corregidor, and General Jonathan Wainwright was forced to surrender all his forces in the Philippines. The United States suffered a humiliating defeat. But the large majority of the Filipinos remained loyal to the U.S. while working toward the day of their liberation. Below the equator, U.S. forces were mounting an offensive which was to carry them to final victory in the Pacific. In mid-1944, U.S. forces seized the Marianas. But where to strike next? Should the Philippine Islands be invaded? Or, as the Navy advocated, should the next move be to Formosa and then the China coast? In Honolulu in mid-July 1944, Admiral Chester Nimitz summed up the advantages of the Formosa plan for an interested listener who expressed enthusiasm for the idea and seemed definitely opposed to General MacArthur's proposed Philippine operation. But as the conference continued, the general argued so convincingly for permission to make good his promise to return to the Philippines that the president finally endorsed his plan. U.S. forces in the western Pacific had progressed by September 44 to Morotai and Palau. 1 month later, a strong invasion armada moved toward the island of Leyte in the vulnerable central Philippines. The carriers continued their attacks against enemy targets throughout the Philippines. hit a great variety of targets. In mid-October, the invasion fleet began the last leg of the trip to the objective. The mighty armada included combat and assault vessels of all types, escorted by 6 battleships. Aboard the cruiser Nashville, General MacArthur was confident of the success of his mission as he surveyed the powerful fleet. This impressive convoy was transporting some 170,000 American soldiers to the invasion beaches on Leyte. GIs from Oregon and Ohio, Mississippi and Montana, all intent on paying the Japanese back for Bataan and Corregidor. On the morning of October 20th, the invasion fleet stood off Leyte, and the assault troops moved toward shore near Tacloban. The first wave was scheduled to hit the beach at 10 o'clock. The assault on Leyte carried the fighting forces of the Southwest Pacific some 2,500 miles from the point on New Guinea where the offensive against the enemy in that theater had begun. Right on schedule, the assault troops landed. Soldiers of the 10th Corps of the U.S. 6th Army. The landing near Tacloban went off smoothly, and U.S. forces quickly set about securing a position of sufficient area to facilitate a successful defense. On the Nashville, General MacArthur and Philippine President Sergio Osmeña prepared to go ashore several hours after the first waves landed. Osmeña was returning to his native land after an absence of some 2.5 years. The general set foot on Philippine soil for the first time since his departure from Corregidor in March 1942. About 20 miles to the south at Dulag, GIs of the 24th Corps made a second landing, coordinated with the invasion near Tacloban. By the end of D-Day, the beaches were secure, and the area was given a careful going over for enemy mines. While the beachhead was being cleared, the 96th Division advanced along the flank. At Dulag, too, the invasion was a complete success. But the U.S. advantage was not to go unchallenged. 2 American submarines, the Darter and the Dace, proceeding through a narrow channel off Palawan in the western Philippines in the early morning of October 23rd, spotted a strong enemy naval force and promptly attacked. Torpedo attacks were made on 3 enemy cruisers. 2 of the cruisers were sunk, 1 damaged. This engagement was the prelude to one of the most memorable battles in naval history. The U.S. Third Fleet lay in wait for a possible attack by enemy naval units in the Philippine Sea to the east of the central Philippines. The U.S. Seventh Fleet protected the entrance to Leyte Gulf and the beachhead. On October 23rd and 24th, 2 Japanese naval forces proceeded eastward toward the U.S. position on Leyte. At 9:10 a.m. on the 24th, Halsey's carriers launched their planes in an attack on the enemy's central force. At 10:20, the enemy fleet was spotted entering the Sibuyan Sea. The U.S. planes attacked immediately. Some 250 U.S. planes hit the enemy fleet. Succeeding waves of U.S. planes kept up a continuing attack for 5 hours. At 3:30, the Japanese force turned and withdrew after hits had been scored on several of its warships. Survivors of the super battleship Musashi, sunk by U.S. air action, were picked up by other enemy ships. The enemy's naval strategy called for a decoy force to try to lure Halsey out of position. Halsey bit. He took his Third Fleet north to meet the expected threat, since he thought that the enemy's central force had been routed. But that force had reversed itself again. 7th Fleet escort carriers were all that stood between the Leyte beachhead and the Japanese central force, which slipped through San Bernardino Strait at midnight. Meanwhile, the main strength of the 7th Fleet was concentrated on Surigao Strait, as the enemy's southern force approached it from the other side. A division of PT boats, commanded by Lieutenant Weston Pullen, spotted the vanguard of the enemy's southern force.
All during that night, we were under heavy attack from the enemy's warships, but some of our boats managed to get close enough to do some damage.
The battleships of the U.S. 7th Fleet, which were equipped with the latest radar apparatus, waited through the night until the enemy came well within range of their guns. The enemy force was moving right into the trap. Some of the battleships used radar fire control devices. The gunners held their fire until the enemy's lead ship was only 21,000 yards away. In the Battle of Surigao Strait, the enemy's naval force was overwhelmingly defeated. But the Japanese central force knifed down from San Bernardino Strait and attacked U.S. escort carriers and destroyers, sinking 4 ships. Meanwhile, to the north, the powerful U.S. Third Fleet, commanded by Admiral Halsey, was pursuing the enemy's decoy fleet, which the Admiral was convinced constituted the main enemy striking force. On the morning of October 25th, the Third Fleet was hundreds of miles from the battle off Samar. Word of the engagement came through, but Halsey's force continued chasing the enemy's suicide fleet. At 8:10 that morning, Halsey's planes spotted the enemy, and within 10 hours, his task force sank 4 Japanese carriers. The remnants of the decoy force turned and fled. Halsey sped south, but too late. The Japanese central force unaccountably left the area. Confusion and uncertainty characterized the actions of commanders on both sides during the battle for Leyte Gulf. This epic naval battle marked the end of the Japanese fleet as an active surface force. In spite of faulty coordination between top U.S. commanders, the battle for Leyte Gulf was a resounding U.S. victory. A victory which ensured the success of the Philippine campaign, since no further large-scale naval attacks could be made by the enemy on the Philippine beachheads. The battle for Leyte Gulf was a notable milestone on the road to the final defeat of Japan. During the last days of October and throughout November, the battle for Leyte Island continued. The enemy strengthened his force on Leyte by sending reinforcements from Luzon as soon as Japan's Show Plan No. 1 for the defense of the Philippines was put into effect. Some 40 to 45,000 Japanese troops were moved from Luzon and other islands to Leyte. But these reinforcements were usually dispatched in oddly assorted lots. Thus, the Japanese on Leyte were never able to function as a single coordinated fighting force. And the movement of troops to Leyte was draining the strength of the elite Japanese 14th Area Army, whose men had been prepared to fight a carefully planned defense of Luzon. On Leyte, the soldiers who arrived safely were simply added to units which were fighting a losing action against the American GIs. The fight for Leyte finally resolved itself into a series of small unit actions. The enemy's casualties on Leyte continued to mount. During the battle for Leyte Island, Japanese pilots introduced a new kind of aerial attack. Suicide pilots, or kamikazes, crashed their planes into U.S. ships. A number of American ships of all types were rammed in these desperate attacks. The ship's crews could expect little advance warning. But some of the kamikazes were more successful in their farewell dives. On shore, the battle for Leyte Island continued, with the GIs advancing quickly. By December 1st, there were 7 U.S. divisions fighting on Leyte, 3 of which had joined the fight after the original landings. The key port city of Ormoc fell to the 77th Division on December 11th. By the end of the year, all organized resistance on Leyte had ended, and the island was once more in American possession after 3 years of enemy occupation. Meanwhile, U.S. troops went ashore unopposed on Mindoro on December 15th and quickly established a beachhead as a base for subsequent operations. Then, on January 9th, 1945, 4 U.S. Army divisions invaded Luzon, focal point of the Philippine campaign. The GIs landed at Lingayen Gulf. Early that afternoon, General MacArthur went ashore to inspect the rapidly expanding U.S. beachhead. The general was jubilant. The lack of opposition confirmed his conviction that the enemy would be taken by surprise. He considered the Lingayen operation an unqualified success. The 68,000 GIs who landed on that first day were given a warm welcome by the overjoyed Filipinos, who had been dreaming of this moment for 3 years. The troops were not accustomed to making this kind of an invasion. The landing at Lingayen Gulf had little in common with previous assaults made by the GIs in New Guinea and the Solomons. Filipino guerrillas who had carried on sporadic raids against the enemy during the black years just ended enthusiastically joined forces with the GIs, volunteering to act as scouts. Guided by the Filipinos, the American drive southward toward Manila gathered momentum. The GIs passed numerous dugouts where enemy soldiers met their death along the 117-mile route. The American advance moved swiftly through the remnants of the enemy's elite Luzon force. Heavy U.S. air attacks were made daily on airfields near Manila. With the enemy's airfields under almost constant attack, GIs of the 37th Infantry and 1st Cavalry Division closed in on the capital city from the north. By February 4th, both divisions were moving through the suburbs and were ready for the crucial battle for Manila itself. The drive to capture Manila proper began with heavy fighting. The GIs were well aware that it would be a tough job. The enemy was prepared to defend every building and took a heavy toll of U.S. fighting men. The streets of Manila turned quickly into a battleground. In the bitter fight for the Philippines' capital city, the GIs of the 1st Cavalry Division made their first objective the camp where many Americans were held prisoner. Among them, Army Nurse Lieutenant Eula Fales of Houston, Texas.
It's hard to describe how I felt when the first American soldiers reached us at Santa Tomas. The great surge of joy on being free again is almost too much to bear after 32 months being prisoners. Without any question, it was the happiest moment of our lives. The prospect of actually going home again was a little hard to get used to at first. I think we all felt that we were getting a second chance at life, a chance which some of us didn't expect.
Outside Manila at Cabanatuan prison camp, American fighting men who had fought the desperate defense of Corregidor during the early months of the war were liberated on January 30th, 1945. At Bilibid, another camp in the Manila area, more Americans were freed after 3 years of imprisonment. Some had managed to survive the ordeal. Others had not been so fortunate. One American prisoner had died the day before the camp was liberated. The fight for Manila continued unabated. On February 15th, the struggle shifted to a strange setting for such a grim engagement, Harrison Ballpark. General Mudge himself helped a private who had been wounded remove a casualty to safety. The ballpark was finally taken. By February 23rd, the fight for Manila was centered in the Intramuros, the old walled city. GIs of the 129th and 145th Infantry Regiments swiftly annihilated enemy resistance. For 4 weeks, Manila existed in a state of complete chaos. To the residents of Manila, February 1945 was a month of horror. On February 16th, an assault by air was made against Corregidor, the historic rock in Manila Bay. More than 2,000 men of the 503rd Parachute Regiment were to make the jump. The C-47s flew over the 1/2 square mile head of Corregidor at low level and prepared to eject their cargo of experienced assault troops over the target area, 2 small patches of clearing. The men jumped from a height of only 400 feet. An 18-mile-an-hour wind complicated the problem of landing precisely on the 2 pinpointed spots. But most of the men made it successfully to the designated areas. The operation went off on schedule, but not exactly smoothly. A few of the men missed the rock entirely. The operation was considered eminently worthwhile since the enemy had not prepared for an attack from the skies. "267 men were injured in the spectacular drop. Once on the rock, the paratroopers went right to work on fulfilling their assignment, to rout the enemy out of his last-ditch defenses on the island where American fighting men had made their unforgettable stand in 1942. To reinforce the air assault, the 3rd Battalion of the 34th Infantry Regiment landed on the south shore of Corregidor. The troops pushed ahead quickly to take Malinta Hill. Opposition on the beach was negligible, since the enemy had been caught completely off guard by the air invasion. In addition, the landing on the south shore of the island also came as a surprise to the enemy, who had expected an assault on the northern beaches. The fight for Corregidor lasted for almost 2 weeks. Soon after the seizure of Corregidor, General MacArthur arrived for the formal ceremony which marked the island's return to U.S. possession. He ordered the assembled troops, hoist the colors, and let no enemy ever haul them down. Corregidor was a notable milestone on the road to Tokyo. 3 days after Corregidor was invaded, Iwo Jima, some 1,600 miles to the north, was assaulted by 3 divisions of United States Marines. In the autumn of 1944, America's newest air weapon, the powerful Super Fortress, was used with great effect in raids over Japan. On these missions, the B-29s were exposed to attack by Japanese fighters. Without fighter cover, the huge bombers were vulnerable to these persistent attacks by the Japanese fighters. Just halfway between the B-29 bases in the Marianas and the target, Japan, the island called Iwo Jima was in an ideal position for use by the U.S. as a base from which to launch fighters to accompany the B-29s on their missions. In late 1944, the U.S. High Command decided that Iwo Jima must be seized, and preparations were made for the assault against that island fortress. Beginning in October, American B-24s made regular pre-invasion bomb runs to Iwo. The U.S. 7th Air Force bombed Iwo Jima almost daily for 72 days in late 1944 and early 45. At U.S. bases in the Pacific, Marines of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Divisions prepared for the assault. The invasion troops were accompanied on the trip to the objective by great quantities of materiel, the machines of 20th century war. With the assault forces aboard ship, the task force moved northward toward the island target in mid-February. In waters so close to the enemy's homeland, it was no longer possible to capitalize on the element of surprise. The Marines who were to make the assault were briefed on the enemy and his defenses. No punches were pulled. The men were told that Iwo was the closest thing to a fortress in the Pacific Ocean. At least they knew what to expect. There was nothing further the commanders could do to change the complexion of the head-on assault. Before the men stormed ashore to seize the island fortress, a last blessing was given by the troop chaplains. The final divine services on shipboard were attended by many of the assault Marines, who welcomed the opportunity to rededicate their efforts to God. The warships opened up on the island at 6:40 on D-Day morning. An interested observer aboard the flagship was Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal, who said at that time, "This target, like Tarawa, leaves very little except to take it by force of arms, character, and courage." Mount Suribachi, which dominated the island, was a prime target for Navy gunners. The preliminaries to the actual landing went off smoothly. H hour had been set at 9 a.m., and everyone was intent on making it on schedule. Trained to razor sharpness, the Marines took to the boats early on D-Day morning. Some 10,000 men of the 4th and 5th Marine Divisions left the transports to make the initial assault. On that faintly chilly February morning, the sea was calm. Many of the Marines were veterans of other campaigns. Some had never been in combat before. Men like Private First Class Harold Wergers.
I tried to figure out what time it was in St. Louis, my hometown. This operation had all the earmarks of being a real fight. At a time like this, you felt all keyed up inside, the blood coursing through your veins so fast your fingertips tingled. You wanted to get ashore quick and start getting some of those guys who were firing at our ships and scoring a hit every now and then. It seemed like hours getting to the beach. It began to get rougher, but my outfit, the 1st Battalion, 28th Marine Regiment, made it okay. We landed on schedule. It seemed weird, knowing how many Japs there were, getting set to let you have it, but not being able to see a one of them. Pretty soon you knew for sure they were there. On the beach it got really rugged. I never expected it to be this rough. Some companies were cut down to half strength that first morning, half their men knocked out. More men were landed, including the rest of my regiment, the 28th Marines. We had to hang on to that beachhead, whatever happened. What made it even tougher was the slow going in that volcanic sand. It slowed us down, and it slowed the equipment down. The fight for the beachhead at Iwo was a real nightmare. I don't think any of us will ever forget it. That first morning, about a third of the men in our company got hit. But we kept on fighting for that toehold. Iwo didn't get any more comfortable at any time during those first few days. The corpsmen had their hands full. They were busier than any of us. A lot of our equipment got bogged down in the loose sand and was knocked out by the enemy. And an awful lot of Marines got it on the beach at Iwo.
On the evening of D+2, the U.S. ships offshore were attacked in a heavy air raid. The gunners scored hits on some of the Japanese suicide planes. In the furious 3-hour-long battle, the U.S. lost one carrier and had another damaged. 15 of the kamikazes were knocked down. From Mount Suribachi, the Japanese poured their fire on the landing beaches below. No spot on the U.S. beachhead was protected from enemy fire as long as the Japanese held Suribachi. The job of bringing additional troops ashore under that heavy pounding was a delicate operation. And just as important as the added manpower was the materiel, which was so necessary in the drive to reduce the enemy's fortress. It became obvious on the first day that Suribachi would have to be taken as quickly as possible. Elements of the 28th Marine Regiment were assigned the job of seizing Suribachi, including Private First Class Werger's unit.
We gave the Hot Rock everything we had. After that opening, you'd have thought we could have walked right up the side of the mountain. We gained a little ground, but the enemy kept letting us have it. We picked up a few yards here and there, but we had a long way to go. So many men got hit, there weren't enough Navy corpsmen to go around, and they took heavy casualties too. We kept pushing ahead, making every clip count. But it was tough going. They kept pouring it down on top of us. It seemed like weeks just fighting for the land around the base of the rock. Finally, on what they tell me was the 4th day on Iwo, we began to pick our way up the slope. On the way up, we ran into some Japs, but they didn't give us too much trouble. This was no place for anybody with a weak stomach.
The Marines of the 28th Regiment spent 4 days in getting to the crest of the 556-foot-high mountain. Once again, the Marine spirit had been a prime factor in the capture of this difficult objective against great odds. On February 23, 1945, the Marines raised the U.S. flag atop Mount Suribachi as a signal to the troops below that the mountain was won. That flag was seen around the world. During those first 5 days on Iwo, the Marine Corps suffered 6,845 casualties. Of that number, 5,284 were wounded, and a great many of those men were saved. Most of the wounded were surgical cases. Some of the casualties were suffering badly from shock. The men who took Suribachi were able to appreciate why it had been so tough. The enemy had been solidly entrenched. The Japanese on Iwo's mountain had fought one of the most determined defenses of the war. But it had proved fruitless. Hundreds of dead Japanese soldiers were strewn about the slopes of Mount Suribachi after the battle. The situation was reversed. The U.S. forces now dominated the southern end of the island. The original U.S. beachhead was littered with wrecked equipment. But though a considerable amount of materiel had been rendered useless to the U.S. fighting men on Iwo, other machines and weapons in impressive quantities had been successfully brought ashore and put to use against the enemy. Ground Forces Commander Marine General Holland Smith was anxious to have the area cleared of enemy mines and rendered safe for the landing of additional reinforcements and supplies for use in the drive north on the island. 3rd Marine Division combat troops, which had been held in reserve, landed on Iwo with 3rd Marine Division headquarters and attached units. The 2 regimental combat teams of the 3rd Marine Division now on the island were to be used in the center of the drive north. The reinforcements, too, were surprised by the difficult footing. In the loose volcanic sand, vehicles designed for use on any terrain bogged down hopelessly. On Iwo, metal mats were essential for the movement of many vehicles inland from the beaches. The invading Marines had not expected to have so much trouble with Iwo's soil, but they overcame the problem in short order nevertheless. Before the concerted attack against the enemy for the northern section of the island, some Marines attended religious services only a short distance from enemy positions to the north. One of the Marines' most pressing supply problems was the lack of water on the island. After the southern end of the island had been secured, the Marines installed distillation units, which converted the seawater and signaled the end of limited water rationing, which had prevailed since the morning of D-Day. With Suribachi and the southern end of Iwo won, the U.S. forces girded themselves for the conquest of the northern section of the island. The 3 Marine divisions which would fight that campaign were well prepared. Some of the men who had battled the enemy on Mount Suribachi took a few moments off to clean up before going back into action. U.S. forces controlled the southern end of the island, but still had to seize the broader northern section. General Holland Smith and his staff were faced with the problem of taking that territory from a well-disciplined enemy force of considerable size. The Marines' campaign against the enemy on the northern part of the island, which had been begun on the 2nd day, picked up momentum after Suribachi had been taken, and all the Marine units on the island could be concentrated on the final sweep to the north. That drive called for the perfect coordination of the troops of the 3 Marine divisions, working smoothly together under difficult conditions. The success of the Marine drive to the northern tip of Iwo depended in large measure on the performance in action of U.S. tanks. Some 150 Shermans were employed on Iwo to pace the advance of Marine ground forces in the drive north. This phase of the battle for Iwo was much tougher than the fight for Suribachi. For a solid week, 4th Division Marines fought for a series of ridges surrounding Hill 382, less formally known as the Meat Grinder. And for a week, they were driven back. Then the drive northward on the right flank continued. Once its rockets were fired, the vulnerable rocket launchers quickly left the area. Casualties grew heavier as the Marines pushed the frantic enemy into a smaller and smaller corner of the island. In some areas, the territory had to be taken ridge by ridge. The drive for the capture of the 3rd Airfield on Iwo was executed by 3rd Division Marines, who led the advance up the island at the point of the wedge-shaped offensive. In crashing through the enemy's strong defensive line, the men of the 3rd Division took quite a beating. The men of the 2 regimental combat teams of the 3rd Marine Division broke the back of the enemy's main stand in the north of Iwo. The enemy force on the island was rapidly being whittled down. But even though the main defense belt had been penetrated, the wary Marines still had some territory to seize from the stubbornly resisting enemy. The U.S. force had suffered the loss of much equipment and thousands of fighting men. But Iwo Jima, only 750 miles from Tokyo, was almost entirely in American possession. No longer would enemy planes take off from Iwo's strips on missions against U.S. forces in the heart of Japan's inner defense zone. The campaign on Iwo Jima had several noteworthy aspects from a medical standpoint. One was the employment of whole blood and plasma on a scale never before attempted, with gratifying results. It had been estimated that casualties would total 31% of the entire force. Actually, casualties amounted to almost 33% of U.S. manpower participating in the operation on the island. The Navy operated an evacuation hospital, which began functioning on the island on the 9th day of the battle. All the necessary facilities were available to Navy doctors and corpsmen, working only a mile or 2 from the front. With the opening of several evacuation hospitals on Iwo, it was possible for all initial surgery to be performed on the island itself. The most difficult cases were operated on as quickly as possible, often less than an hour after the wound had been sustained, and the lives of thousands of fighting men were saved. Starting on the 13th day of the battle for Iwo, many of the casualties were evacuated by air. At certain times, this method provided the only means of evacuation from the island because of unfavorable sea conditions or lack of facilities afloat. During the last 3 weeks of the battle on Iwo, about 100 casualties a day were put aboard planes and flown off the island. By March 16th, the Marines had won all of Iwo, except for a small area near the northern tip of the island. Japanese who had been taken prisoner were used to appeal to their brothers in arms to surrender. But in most cases, the appeals were not as successful as other methods of persuasion. Some prisoners were taken on Iwo, but they represented only a handful of the 22,000 troops who had fought the carefully executed defense of the island. Only 217 prisoners were taken, 159 of them Japanese. As on other Pacific battlegrounds, the soldiers who surrendered spoke readily about the location of their positions. The Marines were eager to clean out the last enemy pocket. The Marines who were engaged in seizing the last enemy area had been fighting on Iwo for almost 4 weeks. It was slow, exacting work. Finally, by March 25th, the men completed the job. In the battle for the last pocket, some of the enemy soldiers had held out until the very end. In Iwo Jima, the enemy lost one of its most vital defensive bastions. After 36 days of the most bitter fighting American forces had ever known, the U.S. had all of Iwo. For that 8-square-mile heap of volcanic ash jutting out of the Pacific, the U.S. had paid an exorbitant price. The lives of 5,563 Marines and 982 sailors. In addition to the dead, the casualty figure showed some 19,000 men wounded in the battle for Iwo Jima. Tons of shell cases gave evidence of the important role played by artillery in the 5-week-long campaign. U.S. forces in the Pacific had decided that Iwo must be taken at any cost, and they had thrown themselves into the struggle with all the power available. With the job successfully accomplished, the top priority assignment was the extension of one of the airfields so that it could accommodate America's newest heavy bombers. Marine engineering units and Navy construction battalions accomplished their job in miraculously short order. The field's great value to the U.S. lay in its use as an emergency base for crippled B-29s, unable to return all the way to their Marianas bases. More than 850 damaged B-29s landed safely at Iwo during the following 3 months. In addition, Iwo strips provided a perfect base for U.S. fighter planes, now capable of making it to Japan and return. With fighter cover, the raids on Japan were less hazardous. After the victory at Iwo, Okinawa was the next major enemy island on the U.S. schedule. An assault force of soldiers and Marines made the invasion on Easter Sunday, 1945. In early 1945, U.S. forces focused their attention on an imposing objective, Okinawa. Lying only 350 miles from Japan proper, Okinawa would make the perfect base from which to launch the proposed invasion of Japan itself. But though the Japanese were losing more and more outlying territory, on the home island, the Japanese military forces would be able to muster sufficient manpower to fight a strong defensive battle. In early 1945, President Roosevelt returned from Yalta and reported on the most significant developments of that important conference with Great Britain and Russia.
We haven't won the wars yet, with an S on wars. It's a long, tough road to Tokyo. It's longer to go to Tokyo than it is to Berlin, in every sense of the word. The defeat of Germany will not mean the end of the war against Japan. On the contrary, we must be prepared for a long and costly struggle in the Pacific. But the unconditional surrender of Japan is as essential as the defeat of Germany.
In the far Pacific, 3 divisions of U.S. Marines were engaged in wiping out the enemy on a small strategic volcanic island named Iwo Jima. Japan still managed to supply its troops on the Asiatic mainland, where the Emperor's forces were firmly entrenched. If Okinawa were taken by the U.S., Japan's supply line to those forces would be effectively severed. In March 1945, at Ulithi in the Caroline Group, the U.S. Navy amassed an amphibious force of unprecedented proportions. That force moved north, directed by one of the Navy's top amphibious fleet commanders, Vice Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner. Carrier planes of Admiral Spruance's Fifth Fleet hit the home islands of Japan and then softened up the target island of Okinawa. Meanwhile, the warships of the mighty Fifth Fleet moved toward the objective. And on March 25th, enemy positions on the island came under attack by a score of U.S. warships, which fired salvo after salvo. On March 26th, 77th Division GIs assaulted the Kerama Islands, a valuable subsidiary base of operations. And on April 1st, the key island of Okinawa was invaded. By the U.S. 10th Army, which was composed of GIs of the Army's 24th Corps and Marines of the 3rd Amphibious Corps. 16,000 men were in the first wave to land on Japan's doorstep on the western coast of Okinawa. It seemed hard to believe, but there was no opposition. Most of the veterans in the invasion force, old campaigners who had fought at Saipan, Peleliu, and Leyte, suspected that this was an April Fool's Day trick on the enemy's part. The soldiers and Marines pushed across the island and were followed by thousands more. The men advanced quickly across the neck of the island toward the east coast against very light resistance. Only scattered enemy troops fired on the invaders. U.S. troops gained ground easily. The American plan was to bisect the island and thus divide the enemy's forces. During those first few days on Okinawa, U.S. soldiers and Marines encountered only feeble resistance. It was difficult for the men to understand. Only 350 miles from Japan and no heavy opposition by the enemy. In the advance across the island's neck, the American fighting men did meet some enemy patrols, but no opposition strong enough to impede the 10th Army's progress. The island was cut in two by April 4th, when U.S. troops reached the east coast. During the next 3 days, a considerable amount of territory was seized in the northern section. The beachhead was firmly established, and supplies were being brought ashore in impressive quantities. To keep the men of the 10th Army fed and equipped put a heavy burden on the Navy, which employed more than 1,000 ships of all types during the Okinawa campaign. At sea, the men of the vast fleet standing off the island were growing concerned about the enemy's heavy air attacks. Off Okinawa, the Japanese made maximum use of their frenzied kamikaze attack plan. took heavy losses as further waves of suicide planes dove into U.S. ships. The waters off Okinawa became as violent a battleground as the island itself. At airfields on Kyushu, southernmost island of Japan proper, more and more hastily trained pilots were inducted into kamikaze service. No honor was considered greater than the privilege of making a suicide dive against an American ship. Fortunately, not all the kamikaze missions were successful. To the men in the fleet, the skies seemed always full of kamikazes. Between Okinawa and the Japanese home islands, some U.S. ships were hit in enemy bombing attacks. On the U.S. carrier Franklin, casualties were very heavy. In the struggle to save the ship, Chaplain Joseph O'Callaghan of Cambridge, Massachusetts, played a memorable part and was subsequently awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor.
It appeared that most of the crew were dead, and of the living, almost everyone was wounded. The few survivors of the Franklin will never forget that cold March morning in the far Pacific. The flight deck littered with dead and dying. In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
More than 250 U.S. ships of all types were sunk or damaged by the enemy's air attacks in the Okinawa operation. On April 12, 1945, U.S. fighting forces lost their commander-in-chief. While a sorrowing nation mourned his passing, a new chief executive took the oath of office. President Harry Truman was well aware of his heavy responsibilities as America's war leader. In Washington, the nation's grief was mirrored in the faces of the crowds which lined the route of the procession. Halfway around the world on Okinawa, many of the combat troops paused to attend a memorial service not far from the front. President Roosevelt's death at this critical point was a real blow to the servicemen, who had felt a close bond with their late commander-in-chief. Some officers worried about a drop in morale, but most of the men resolved to fight with even greater determination to help achieve the final victory as quickly as possible. On Okinawa, the battle was far from won. Cleaning out the long section of the island north of the beachhead was the job of the 6th Marine Division. They moved quickly against an enemy force which was fighting from ideal natural defensive positions. On Motobu Peninsula, the Marines ran into sudden stiff resistance near Mount Yaitaki. The enemy pocket was wiped out during a 3-day fight by the veterans of Eniwetok and Guam. The men moved forward quickly and cleaned out the peninsula where most of the enemy's northern force on Okinawa was concentrated. In the 13-day campaign on Motobu, 2,014 enemy soldiers met death. The Marines mopped up the rugged northern area of Okinawa against sporadic resistance. All but a handful of the thousands of Japanese were killed by the 6th Marine Division in taking the northern section of the island. On April 20th, the Marines of the 6th Division secured the northern section of Okinawa. In a quick amphibious operation, 77th Division GI seized Ieshima, where the foot soldier's great friend and supporter Ernie Pyle met his death. On southern Okinawa, General Simon Bolivar Buckner, 10th Army commander, ran up against the enemy's main line of defense. Artillery, supported by tanks, went to work on the enemy's defensive line. In early May, the Army's 24th Corps, stalled on the southern front, was reinforced by the Marines of the 3rd Amphibious Corps. The battle-wise enemy commander, General Ushijima, had chosen to make his stand along a line which stretched across the island from Naha to Yonabaru. On May 8th, the 6th Division Marines prepared to attack south along the west coast in the drive to take Naha and pierce the enemy's line. To cut that western anchor of the enemy's defense, the Marines concentrated all their power in the new offensive. The battle remained a stalemate, partly attributable to the heavy rains which turned the countryside into a morass of mud. Most of the heavy equipment became hopelessly bogged down in the mire. The Army 24th Corps, which was trying to mount a crushing offensive against the bulk of the enemy's Okinawa force, found its assignment especially difficult with the beginning of Okinawa's celebrated plum rains, which set in on a daily basis late in May and greatly complicated the operation. The struggle to reduce the enemy's positions in the Naha area continued for several weeks. Dislodging the enemy from his carefully prepared defenses was a demanding assignment and a costly one. The Marines' answer to the enemy's strong, well-integrated defenses was the tank infantry team. In the U.S. attack, some tanks were lost, and the Marines suffered a sizable number of casualties before they were able to move into the capital city. After a bitter campaign, the Marines completed the capture of Naha by May 28th. the city was almost a total wreck. For their successful seizure of this hub of the enemy's defense on Okinawa, 2 regiments of the 6th Marine Division, the 22nd and 29th, were awarded the Presidential Unit Citation. The city had felt the full weight of U.S. firepower. The fall of the capital city signaled the beginning of the last major phase of the battle for Okinawa. With Naha in American possession, the offensive picked up speed all along the line. 3 Army and 2 Marine divisions pressed the attack with renewed spirit from one coast of Okinawa to the other, from the Pacific Ocean to the East China Sea. Marines of the 1st Division pierced the enemy salient at Shuri in the island's rugged interior. The U.S. forces suffered a considerable number of casualties in beating down the enemy's grim defense of southern Okinawa. The news from the European theater gave the men a lift. But on Okinawa, there was still a war to be fought. The seizure of the Yunabaru area by soldiers of the 24th Corps marked the collapse of the enemy's defense line on Okinawa's east coast. Across the island, 6th Division Marines encountered stiff resistance on Oroku Peninsula. During the 10-day fight for Oroku Peninsula, the enemy suffered some 5,000 casualties. The Marines worked hard to annihilate the enemy's last-ditch defense. Resistance eliminated on Oroku Peninsula, the 6th Marine Division controlled the entire Naha area. For this action, the 4th Marine Regiment was awarded the Presidential Unit Citation. In the capture of Oroku Peninsula, the U.S. forces gained control of Naha Airfield, complete with dummy planes, which the enemy used to suggest a strong air base. With the airfield no longer in enemy hands, U.S. forces could finally make use of the port of Naha. By mid-June, U.S. troops had completely broken the enemy's main line of defense on Okinawa. On June 17th, U.S. forces were only a few miles from the southern tip of the island. Once the main defense of Okinawa had been fought, to no avail, the Japanese soldiers began to give themselves up more readily. The combat efficiency of the remaining Japanese units was cut down by the heavy casualties the defenders of Okinawa were sustaining. The advancing American troops also brought a number of civilians to safety. Some of the Okinawans had holed out in any place of refuge available. Some had stayed hidden for weeks. Many had had no food or water for some time. The Okinawans had been led to expect far different treatment than they actually received at the hands of the American troops. As the 83-day battle for Okinawa neared its end, thousands of inhabitants of that hilly island gave themselves up. For the Okinawans, the war was at an end. The natives now saw Japanese claims of victory after victory in their true light. On Okinawa, some 196,000 of the island's population were herded into internment camp areas to keep them out of the path of the final U.S. offensive. Even under these hectic conditions, an attempt was made to keep members of a family from being separated. The prisoner of war camps were crowded with the largest concentration of Japanese troops ever taken prisoner in any campaign during World War II in the Pacific. In the closing days of the battle, the enemy soldiers had finally refused to obey their officers, had surrendered themselves to their conquerors. The code of Bushido, death before surrender, was no longer followed without question by Japanese fighting men. At the Southern Front, 10th Army Commander General Buckner had final victory in his grasp when his life was cut short by an enemy shell. Meanwhile, the drive for the last piece of enemy territory on Okinawa was underway. A new weapon, the recoilless rifle, was used for the first time in combat during the campaign's final days. On June 22nd, 1945, the last enemy unit was overwhelmed. American fighting men controlled Okinawa to the extreme southern tip. The enemy had lost an invaluable base only 350 miles from Japan proper. And the United States had gained still another island, again after paying a heavy price. General Buckner was the only field army commander to lose his life by enemy action in the Asiatic Pacific Theater during World War II. And thousands of men in his command also gave their lives on Okinawa. The battle for this strategically important island near Japan proved a most costly one for both warring nations. The loss of the machines and weapons of war was also seriously felt by both sides. The heavy destruction of aircraft was another crippling blow, particularly to the Japanese. Top U.S. commanders like Admiral Nimitz remained firm in their determination to carry the fight to Japan itself.
American forces fighting in the Pacific have brought the war to the home islands of Japan. We have sunk the larger part of the Japanese fleet, and in the next few months, we will exploit every opportunity to finish that particular job. Army and Navy aircraft bombed large areas of Japan's principal cities into rubble. And unless Japan surrenders soon, we intend to complete that destruction.
The airplane, as a military weapon, was employed to a limited extent in World War I. In the battle for Western Europe, Allied pilots like Captain Eddie Rickenbacker prepared to engage Germany's top aviators in the skies over the battlefield. But in that war, the airplane did not contribute much in the achieving of the ultimate victory. 25 years later, the airplane had come of age. In World War II, the airplane assumed a major role in the strategy designed to effect complete victory in the first truly global war. The final knockout punch in the war against Japan was delivered from the air. For almost 4 years of war in the far-flung Pacific, This was the objective of every soldier, sailor, marine, and airman serving in the Asiatic Pacific Theater of Operations. The first attack on Japan was launched early in the war. In April 1942, the U.S. carrier Hornet moved deep into enemy waters to a position only 600 miles from the Japanese coast. The Hornet's daring raid caught the enemy off guard. Colonel Jimmy Doolittle had trained his men diligently in the technique of taking off in a bomber on a short runway. But this was the first real test. The attention of every man above decks was focused on that first takeoff. "16 B-25s took off successfully from the Hornet's deck and headed for Japan. Their mission, the bombing of Tokyo and 3 other Japanese cities, had a tonic effect on America's sagging morale. The airmen who had crash-landed successfully in China or off the China coast were decorated by Madame Chung for their courageous flight. 2 years later, the first land base from which raids could be made on the enemy's homeland was put into operation. From China, America's newest heavy bomber, the B-29, could fly to Japan and back in one hop. Other bases, capable of accommodating the superfortresses, were put into operation in India. Thus, the whole of Eastern and Southern Asia, from Tokyo to Rangoon, was within range of the new U.S. air weapon. In mid-1944, the air attacks on the Japanese homeland were not undertaken for the psychological effect alone. From this point on, the air war was designed to blast Japan into total defeat. From Marianas bases, B-29s would soon be able to attack Japan in some numbers, and the air war on the enemy's home islands could be greatly accelerated. But the building of those bases was a job of far greater proportions than the customary airstrips hurriedly built on newly won islands. On terrain so rugged that the enemy considered the building of a large air base impossible, U.S. engineers went to work on the construction of 3 huge airfields, which were to have a direct bearing on the time needed for achieving the final victory. By November, the first of the massive runways was almost ready to be put into operation. The engineers worked around the clock, putting the finishing touches on the fields. In October 1944, the first B-29s touched down at their new home bases in the Marianas. The 6,000-mile flight from California had taken them just 25 hours. For the all-important missions which lay ahead, the crews had trained in Kansas, Colorado, and in the Caribbean. Now they were anxious to put that training to good use.
Well, the first element of the 21st Bomber Command has arrived. When we've done some more fighting, we'll do some more talking. Thank you.
The 21st Bomber Command was ready to go into business. On the morning of November 24th, 1944, the giant planes were readied for their first bombing mission over Japan. 245 tons of bombs in 500-pound packages were loaded into the super forts. This was to be the first mass strike against the heart of Japan. Several hours and 1,500 miles later, the B-29s were over the enemy's homeland. Over Tokyo, the bombardiers went to work. At 30,000 feet, the superforts were reasonably safe from enemy anti-aircraft fire, but not entirely. Over the target area, the planes were attacked by Japanese fighters. Some of the enemy's fighters were knocked out of the sky by the superfort's crews, but more kept pouring in on the big bomber. Mission accomplished, the B-29s headed quickly for their Marianas bases, 1,500 miles away. During those first flights back from the target, the crews of some of the crippled superforts ended up in the chilly waters of the North Pacific. Starting on November 27th, the enemy struck back with a vengeance, attacking the U.S. base on Saipan. The raiders did a fair amount of damage. Some B-29s were total casualties. Many of the enemy raids on U.S. bases in the Marianas were made at night. Meanwhile, on the decks of U.S. carriers in northern Pacific waters, additional raids on the enemy's homeland were prepared by the Navy. The carrier-based pilots of the Navy's fast striking force were assigned targets in the heart of the enemy's industrial areas.
I want to assign specific targets on that factory area. Committee, bring your second group a little farther east and come down, putting your division on these two large assembly plants. And Sam, knock these big buildings out. Now you have specific targets to hit, and I want you to all get hit.
Already ready for mail plot. Pilots, man your planes.
Okay, boys.
A few hundred miles off Japan, the strike was launched. In no time at all, the planes were over the first of their targets and peeling off for the dive. Other planes attacked enemy airfields. Before heading back, some of the planes went to work on enemy harbor installations and shipping. Inevitably, not all the carrier planes escaped unharmed. In many cases, the pilots managed to bail out successfully. In his rubber boat, the downed pilot had a good chance of survival. Rainwater replenished the limited supply of water each flyer carried. Thus, if the weather were reasonably good, the pilot had a better than even chance of being spotted. In World War II in the Pacific, U.S. submarines performed a valuable supplementary function, spotting and picking up airmen and sailors whose vessels had been destroyed by the enemy. Some 500 U.S. servicemen were rescued at sea by U.S. subs in the Pacific during the war against Japan. With the seizure of Iwo Jima in February and March 1945, U.S. fighter planes had a base from which they could easily fly to Japan and return. At the Marianas B-29 bases, preparations were made for heavier attacks against the enemy's home islands, now that the big bombers would have fighter cover over the target area. The operation of the bases from which the raids against Japan were launched became a larger and more complex problem during the early months of 1945. The mapping out of routes to specific targets in Japan for some 1,000 B-29s was only one of the exacting jobs which added to the traffic problem for the operations center of the 21st Bomber Command. This office was a highly geared nerve center in the preparation of the raids over Japan. Shortly before takeoff time, the crews had their targets spotted for them on the radar scope.
Here's how the scope should look when you've located the target and have gain and tilt properly adjusted. Here's your target today. The arsenal is located to the left side of the town. However, since the 3 degrees beam width tends to spread a town out along an axis perpendicular to the airplane, do not aim at the edge of the town, but a little inside the left edge. You can see then that it's important that you hit your initial point on the money and make an accurate turn to the target heading. Otherwise, you may not be able to find your target.
Final preparations for the flight were made in an atmosphere which was always charged with excitement. For the crew members, no mission over the heart of the enemy's homeland ever became routine. The start of another flight on the most dangerous run in the Pacific theater was always a dramatic moment. 300 Superforts were ready for the takeoff. The giant planes hurtled down the runway right on schedule. Some 1,500 miles from this island base lay the heart of Japan, the objective of the 300 B-29s in this early April raid. Over Iwo Jima, halfway to the target, the Superforts were joined by Mustangs of the 7th Fighter Command, based on that island, recently seized by U.S. Marines. The P-51s embarked eagerly on their first mission to Japan. With fighter support, the big bombers were much better able to cope with enemy attacks in the skies over Japan. But the Japanese fighters gave battle nevertheless. The Mustangs went right to work. The enemy planes kept boring in on the Mustangs in spite of their losses. 21 Japanese fighters were shot down in this raid. Sometimes a U.S. pilot got a close look at his recent adversary. The B-29s assigned to hit the Tokyo area usually checked their position by sighting in on Mount Fuji before moving in on the target.
Radar operator, this is Bombardier. Over.
Go ahead, Bombardier.
The site's set up. We're ready to bomb.
Roger, out. Pilot, correct 8 degrees right.
Roger.
Bombardier, open bomb bay doors after turn.
Roger.
Get ready on 70 degrees.
Ready on 70 degrees.
Ready on 60 degrees. Mark.
Bombs away.
This was the moment when the long flight paid off. The Super Forts dropped their bombs right on the target. Beginning in March, B-29s from the Marianas began dropping incendiaries on Japan at night. But these night attacks were discontinued, since the results were not particularly impressive from the standpoint of damage done to military targets. The Super Forts intensified their daylight attacks on industrial and military objectives in Japan during the early spring months of 1945. Tokyo came in for the largest share of attention from the B-29s of the 21st Bomber Command of the 20th Air Force. These mass attacks had a shattering effect on Japan's capital city. The city was bombed into a great mass of rubble. Most of Tokyo's fragile buildings had simply disappeared under the heavy pounding from the skies. A few, like the Diet Building, where the legislature met, had survived. Tokyo's inhabitants were thoroughly broken in spirit. In March, the B-29s had an emergency base on Iwo Jima, located midway between Japan and the Marianas Fields. Crippled Super Forts, unable to make it all the way back to their home bases after being hit over Japan, came into Iwo. Some 2,000 B-29s landed at Iwo, some not too successfully. Thousands of airmen who would otherwise have perished were saved at Iwo. The U.S. Third Fleet also closed in on Japan to administer a softening up of the home islands in preparation for invasions by U.S. amphibious forces. Admiral Bull Halsey, the Third Fleet's commander, moved boldly into the waters off the Japanese coast. On July 17, 1945, U.S. and British warships fired some 2,000 tons of shells into the coastal area northeast of Tokyo. The fleet units encountered no opposition during this daring attack on the enemy's homeland. Japan was ripe for invasion. In the United States, before the war, Albert Einstein did extensive research in the field of nuclear fission. Dr. Einstein's findings were developed still further at the University of Chicago's Metallurgical Laboratory by Dr. Enrico Fermi and his associates, who worked out the process for making plutonium and produced the first atomic pile. In July 1945, near Alamogordo, New Mexico, Dr. Robert Oppenheimer and his fellow scientists, who had worked on the development of the new secret weapon, prepared themselves for the critical first test. The area was heavily guarded. Doctors Vannevar Bush and James Bryant Conant were among the few spectators.
10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now!
The first atomic bomb explosion was an impressive success. In the Marianas, at 20th Air Force Headquarters, General Curtis LeMay and his staff worked at feverish speed on the planning for the use of the new top-secret weapon against the enemy. If the atom bomb could be safely transported by air to a point over Japan, its use could well have such a devastating effect that the war might be materially shortened. The target was finally selected. The Japanese city of Hiroshima had escaped damage in U.S. bombing raids on the home islands. On that sunny August morning, Hiroshima had no premonition of its fate. On Tinian Island in the Marianas, a B-29 named the Enola Gay prepared to make the first atomic bomb run. Over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the course of world history took a new turn. The new weapon blasted the enemy completely out of the war. Japan no longer had the will to fight. Hiroshima lay in ruins. Within a few seconds, the sizable city had been demolished by the atomic blast. On August 19th, 4 days after the enemy surrendered, a Japanese plane arrived at Ieshima, the tiny island off Okinawa. This was the first meeting between American commanders and Japanese military men since the surrender. The Japanese negotiators stopped off at Ieshima to be taken by U.S. transportation to Manila to discuss the terms of the surrender. In late August, preparations were made for the formal surrender ceremony. An excited Japanese harbor pilot was transferred to the Missouri from a ship alongside. On the Missouri, U.S. naval officers carefully studied the charts of Tokyo Bay, which the Japanese pilot had brought aboard. Every precaution was taken to be sure that the Big Mo would be guided safely through the channels to its berth in Tokyo Bay. Meanwhile, at Yokosuka Naval Base, U.S. fighting men went ashore to occupy the conquered country. For 4 years, from 1941 to 1945, the United States concentrated its energies on the conduct of a demanding global war. The American people turned their full attention to the job of winning that war. In the Pacific Asiatic Theater, U.S. fighting men pushed the enemy back to the shores of Japan itself by the summer of 1945. In early August, the U.S. brought the enemy finally to the point of surrender after some 44 months of the most grueling warfare. A number of Japan's largest cities lay in ruins. The course of aggression on which the Japanese nation had embarked some 14 years earlier had led to a tragic end. On a day most Americans will never forget, August 15th, 1945, the Third Fleet was in waters near Japan. Its commander, Admiral Bull Halsey, was impatiently waiting for the news which all the world was anxious to hear.
I have received this afternoon a message from the Japanese government in reply to the message forwarded to that government by the Secretary of State on August 11th. I deem this reply a full acceptance of the Potsdam Declaration, which specifies the unconditional surrender of Japan. In the reply, there is no qualification.
Finally, the all-important message came through by wireless. The enemy had surrendered. The war was over. Every man in the fleet, from admiral to able-bodied seaman, felt an immense surge of relief. After nearly 4 years, U.S. fighting forces had won the victory. On August 30th, American troops of the 6th Marine Division landed on Japanese soil at Yokosuka Naval Base, south of Tokyo. U.S. officers quickly assumed control of the installation and issued orders on procedure to the Japanese officers who had been in charge. With U.S. command firmly established, the Stars and Stripes was raised over the Japanese homeland. Later that same day, a silver C-54 bearing an important passenger came into Atsugi Airfield near Tokyo. The commander of U.S. forces in the Southwest Pacific Theater, General Douglas MacArthur, had completed the last leg of the long drive to the Japanese homeland. The general was greeted by one of his most faithful field officers, Lieutenant General Robert Eichelberger, 8th Army Commander. General MacArthur was ready and eager to take over control of the conquered country. On the U.S. battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay, a Japanese delegation arrived early on the morning of September 2nd, 1945, to make the unconditional surrender official. The Japanese contingent faced an impressive array of Allied officers. The ceremonies were directed by the new Supreme Commander of the Allied forces in Japan, General MacArthur, who took a firm attitude toward the conquered people.
We are gathered here, representatives of the major warring powers, to conclude a solemn agreement whereby peace may be restored.
It is my earnest hope, and indeed the hope of all mankind, that from this solemn occasion a better world shall emerge out of the blood and carnage of the past. A world founded upon faith and understanding. A world dedicated to the dignity of man and the fulfillment of his most cherished wish for freedom, tolerance, and justice. I now invite the representatives of the Emperor of Japan and the Japanese government
and the Japanese Imperial General Headquarters to sign the instrument of surrender at the places indicated.
Representing the Emperor at the proceedings which concluded the costliest war in world history was Japanese Foreign Minister Mamoru Shigemitsu, who formally surrendered for his country, thus committing Japan to accept the Potsdam Declaration, calling for the complete disarmament and surrender of all military forces. A few hundred U.S. servicemen witnessed the climax of 4 years of war in the Pacific. That war ended officially at 8 minutes past 9 a.m. on September 2nd, 1945.
Let us pray that peace be now restored to the world and that God will preserve it always. These proceedings are closed.
The formal surrender of the Japanese nation on the deck of the Missouri was followed by other dramatic surrender ceremonies. On Rota Island in the Marianas, one of the many groups of Japanese troops on bypassed islands gave themselves up to the victorious Americans. Great quantities of Japanese weapons and equipment were taken over by the GIs, and the enemy soldiers taken into custody, preparatory to being returned to Japan. The last man off Wake Island, Colonel Walter Baylor, was the first man back. The Japanese garrison surrendered the island to U.S. forces on September 4th, 45, 3 years and 8 months after other Japanese troops had seized the island, in a battle which will live long in the memory of all Americans. In Malaya and throughout the Southeast Asia Command, British Commonwealth forces accepted the surrender of the Japanese troops. Although they conformed to the surrender protocol, many of the Japanese in this theater did not feel they had been defeated. Singapore was the setting for the principal ritual in Lord Mountbatten's command. The Union Jack flew proudly over this British colonial city, which had been beaten into submission in early 1942. In the Philippines, General Jonathan Wainwright arrived after a quick flight from Japan to accept the surrender of the Japanese forces in those islands. Forces commanded by General Tomoyuki Yamashita. The ceremony at the Philippine summer capital at Baguio in northern Luzon took just 11 minutes. The once feared Tiger of Malaya surrendered the remnants of his army in the Philippines. This was a long-awaited moment for General Wainwright, who had surrendered the Philippines 40 months earlier, and for Britain's General Percival, who had surrendered Singapore. Immediately following the brief ceremony, the Japanese commander and his party were taken away as prisoners of war. Japan wore the face of a conquered nation. The country's traditional way of life, which had prevailed for centuries, was altered overnight. General of the Army Douglas MacArthur became the new ruler of a people who were accustomed to swearing allegiance to one person, whom they considered supreme. The general was well suited to his role, supreme commander of an occupation charged with exacting complete obedience from 80 million subjects of a nation which had until recently been a fanatical enemy. Technically, the Supreme Commander was to be advised by a council of representatives of the four allied powers which had waged war against Japan. But actually, this body was impotent from the start. The delegates were constantly at odds, and any recommendations they made were given scant attention. The deposed ruler of the Japanese people, Emperor Hirohito and the Empress Nagako, were stripped of their divinity by the occupation. But it was decided not to try the emperor as a war criminal. With the royal authority curtailed, the emperor had more time for his study of marine biology. The sparing of the emperor, still revered by his people, proved a good political move by the occupation. But Japan's top war leaders received far different treatment. The men charged with the responsibility for guiding Japan onto the road of aggression were taken in hand promptly by the occupation. The number one war criminal was General Hideki Tojo, wartime premier. On November 12, 1948, after hearings which lasted 2.5 years, the International Military Tribunal convened to pass sentence on some of the top Japanese war leaders. Premier Tojo was charged with the planning, preparation, initiation, and waging of aggressive war, and with violations of the laws and customs of war, and crimes against humanity. But by assuming full responsibility for the war as charged, Tojo reestablished his reputation for loyalty and courage. Finally, after the great mass of evidence had been sifted, the court pronounced sentence on the accused.
Accused Tojo Hideki, on the counts of the indictment on which you have been convicted, the International Military Tribunal for the Far East sentences you to death by hanging.
The occupation's job of controlling 80 million people who had until recently hated America and Americans went smoothly. The once despised GIs were assisted by Japanese police who had been judged trustworthy. The Japanese people seemed to reconcile themselves quickly to the fact that the war was over and they had lost. The country's most immediate post-war problem was one of sustaining life, a problem Japan had in common with a number of other Asiatic lands. Nippon's 80 million people simply could not produce enough food to keep themselves alive. In the years following the end of the war, the Japanese were able to supply only about 3/4 of the food necessary for the population of the home islands, existing on a meager diet. One possible source of food expansion lay in the removal of restrictions on the permitted fishing area. The yield from the seas could conceivably be boosted above pre-war levels. Agriculturally, the situation was less flexible. The occupation had initiated a program of land reforms, which seemed a hopeful experiment. But the basic problem remained: not enough arable land, and the farmer's small income was drained by increased food and tax collections. Most Japanese, like Hiroshi Akabane, took a philosophical view of the situation.
We Japanese have always been frugal people. But after the end of the war, many of our men, women, and children went hungry. Many starved during the first half year. Considering that we are a conquered nation, most of our people felt they were lucky to be still alive. Of course, our people all hope to live better at some future time. And now that the war is over and out of the people's minds and hearts, we can work toward making our life better than it is today on our islands, which we once called Mizuho no Kuni, land of plentiful rice. The American soldiers became very popular in Japan. Most of my people found them friendly and kind. There was no unhappiness in our association with them. Japan was greatly helped by their presence. The important officers of the occupation were very kind to our Japanese diplomats and businessmen, who were given much advice by those officers. With their help, Japan struggled to build a new democratic nation.
The Japanese Diet convened on September 4th, 1945, for the first time since the surrender. The Diet voted in favor of bills calling for an end to many long-standing Japanese laws and customs, always following directives from the U.S. Supreme Commander's office. The new Japan's leading political figure, Premier Shigeru Yoshida, had opposed the militarist clique and was thus in high favor with the occupation. While the operation of the Japanese Diet and Cabinet gave all appearances of actively guiding the country, in actual fact, they were simply rubber stamps endorsing policies originating with the occupation. Japan's political leaders were dependent completely on occupation approval. The course of Japan's political progress was not entirely smooth. A small but active communist group operated openly. The Japanese communists were more interested in their own objectives in Japan than in relations with Moscow. Some party leaders, like Sanzo Nosaka, were denounced by Russia. The Japanese communist paper, Akahata, was eventually suspended by occupation authorities. But the party itself was never formally outlawed. It was felt that it was far wiser to permit its members to demonstrate openly than to give their movement impetus by driving it underground. But in time, the activities of the party were rigidly checked. None of the party leaders was permitted to hold political office. The communist movement in Japan never became a matter of grave concern. Beginning in 1946, with the return from the USSR of Japanese prisoners of war, the ranks of Japan's communists swelled temporarily. These men had been forcibly indoctrinated during their stay in Russian territory. But any enthusiasm for communism the soldiers may have had usually evaporated quickly in the stimulating climate of the new Japan. One of the first jobs the occupation concentrated on was instructing the Japanese in the ways of democracy. This introduction to an entirely new concept of acceptable conduct was received with interest by the Japanese. Japanese women walked alongside their husbands rather than a few paces behind. Romance blossomed spontaneously. Japanese girl often met Japanese boy informally, without any prearranged plan on the part of the parents. In the new Japan, women led active lives outside their homes, in addition to caring for their families. In the best American tradition, Japanese politicians campaigned for election. Although the privilege of helping select a candidate for office was still not fully appreciated by many Japanese people, they seemed to enjoy the procedure. In the new Japan, women were given the vote. Beginning in 1946, thousands of women who suddenly had political and legal rights by order of the government went to the polls. Some of the new voters cast their ballots for the same candidates their husbands backed. Some others voted exclusively for women candidates. In the first general election, women won 39 seats in the Diet. Anything American, even the square dance, was seized on with great determination by Japanese of all ages. In their effort to become really democratic, the Japanese solemnly aped all the outward manifestations of American life. Concluding that coeducational schools were part of the democratic system, the Japanese made many schools coeducational. Schools for students of one sex were quickly transformed to accommodate both. From the very beginning of the occupation, the GIs themselves were the best advertisement for democracy. Overnight, the American soldiers changed in the eyes of the Japanese people. No longer were they the despised enemy. In this lightning transformation, they became the heroes of the new Japan.
Japanese children grew especially fond of American soldiers. In Tokyo and other large cities, there are reminders of America everywhere you look. American motion pictures again became popular with the people all over Japan.
There is no doubt that the Japanese were genuinely fascinated with the trappings of American civilization. But this enthusiasm for things American in no way replaced the people's devotion to their traditional culture. Japan's age-old culture still exerted a powerful attraction. Whether democracy could be successfully superimposed over such a strong national tradition in a few short years was questionable. But certainly the impression made by the American GIs on the Japanese people will be a lasting one. For centuries, most Japanese have been ardent Buddhists, and today the majority of the population is Buddhist. In addition, many Japanese participate in Shinto, the worship of innumerable gods, modern as well as ancient. Before and during the war, the leaders of the government diverted this worship to their own purposes, the furthering of the war effort and the building up of the militarists and their program. In post-war Japan, Shinto is as strong as ever, but minus the elements of state Shintoism. In Kyoto, as in most large Japanese cities, Shinto festivals are held at various times of the year in honor of specific gods. This Gyun festival in Kyoto, Japanese cultural center, honored a god of prehistoric times. The occupation was particularly concerned with getting Japanese industry back on its feet. Labor unions were formed with the approval of the occupation. But when they showed signs of becoming too strong, their powers, such as the right to strike, were severely curtailed. But the life of the worker in post-war Japan is improving as Japan moves toward its economic recovery. In the first years of the occupation, monopolies were made illegal, but gradually the influence of the Zaibatsu, the pre-war industrial magnates, again became strong. In the new Japan, there was a decidedly conservative cast to the leadership of Japanese industry, matching the situation in Japanese political life. Considering the circumstances which existed at the end of the war, the accomplishments of the occupation in helping effect Japan's recovery have been notable. Most Americans in Japan find it hard to be sure what the Japanese people really think about democracy and the democratic institutions and habits they have acquired. It is still too early to determine whether democracy will really take root in Japan. Whatever the occupation's achievements prove ultimately to be, the U.S. has successfully transformed an enemy nation into an ally and gained the most important bastion against communism in the Far East. The urgent need for a military foothold in the Orient grows more apparent with each passing month. All over Eastern and Southern Asia, the end of World War II was followed by eruptions of nationalism. Eruptions which the Soviet Union in some areas turned to its own purposes. Under the Japanese occupation during much of World War II, the doctrine of Asia for the Asiatics was spread across Eastern and Southern Asia. During this period, the people of many Asiatic lands had their thirst for independence whetted. That yearning for freedom was seized upon by the opportunistic Japanese leaders in their campaign to stimulate the people to hatred of the Allies. With the end of World War II, the stirrings of nationalism flared into eruption throughout most of Southern and Eastern Asia. . . 。 . 。 . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . the spring of 1945, American and Australian bombers opened up on Borneo, the largest island in the invaluable Dutch East Indies. Borneo, strategically located between Malaya and Australia, was an important invasion target. Allied warships performed their familiar prelude to invasion. Australian soldiers went ashore at several points on the large island and drove inland against spirited resistance. Tank infantry teams made rapid progress. On June 10th, General MacArthur landed on Labuan Island off British North Borneo and congratulated the Australians on a job well done. Japanese domination over the peoples of Asia was nearing an end. With the end of World War II, the islands of the East Indies, which had been ruled by the Dutch before the war, became the new independent nation of Indonesia in the eyes of the people of those islands. In Yogyakarta, Java, Ahmed Sukarno, the native leader during the Japanese occupation, and a group of associates, proclaimed the independence of the Isles of the Indies. The nationalists consolidated their position quickly. Everyone available was enlisted to work in the common cause, the setting up of a functioning government strong enough to withstand any attacks upon it by the Allied forces scheduled soon to arrive. The nationalists were determined to stand their ground. In December 1945, the first Dutch troops arrived in the Indies, 4 months after Japan's surrender. The Dutch Marines were assigned to take over the job of keeping order and restoring the islands to Dutch rule, a job which had been performed by British troops until the arrival of the Dutch Queen's forces. The men went right to work in an attempt to quell the insurgents' rebellion. At Cirebon, on the island of Java, Dutch and Indonesian leaders effected a partial compromise of differences and a ceasefire in the Linggadjati Agreement. But that condition did not last long. Dutch troops moved into territory acknowledged to be Republican by the terms of the agreement. The Dutch police action resulted in a renewal of violence. A settlement of differences between the Dutch and Indonesians seemed more remote than ever. Bridges were destroyed by the retreating natives. The Indonesians ravaged their own land rather than have it prove useful to the Dutch. In mid-1947, the United Nations attempted mediation. Australia's delegate, William Hodgson, called for an immediate cessation of hostilities and peaceful arbitration. But the issue was far from being settled. The communists in Indonesia, who had been supporting the nationalists in their fight for independence, rebelled. The Republican troops went to work quickly, rounding up every communist they could locate. The uprising was ineptly staged, and within a month it was decisively crushed by the Indonesian Republican forces. With its leaders either captured or killed, the communist force collapsed, and the threat to the success of the nationalist cause ended. In December 1949, the islands of the Indies officially became the Republic of the United States of Indonesia. Elected president by the 16 Negaras of the Federation of Indonesian States, Sukarno was sworn in a ceremony at Yogyakarta. The new ruler, who had collaborated with the Japanese, had been striving toward this day for some 30 years. Finally, after 4 years of fighting and negotiating, he and his people were officially recognized as an independent nation. Indonesia as elsewhere in Asia, colonialism was dying. India had been working toward an independent status for several decades. With World War II, the stirrings of nationalism throughout southern Asia accelerated the tempo of that movement. The people of the subcontinent of India had been promised a certain degree of self-rule by the British. Finally, on August 15, 1947, Jawaharlal Nehru represented India's millions at the ceremony in which Britain's Lord Mountbatten presented India her sovereignty. The new India became an important member of the British Commonwealth of Nations, but Britain no longer ruled the vast territory which held a dominant position in southern Asia. In Karachi, Lord Mountbatten attended another ceremony to celebrate the creation of a new independent nation. Muhammad Ali Jinnah and some 75 million supporters, mostly Muslim, were at last the masters of their own destiny as the sovereign nation of Pakistan. The new Muslim nation of Pakistan was carved out of parts of what had been the India of the British Empire. The balance of the Indian colonial territory became the new Hindu nation of India. But freedom for the peoples of the Indian subcontinent was accompanied by rioting and bloodshed. Hundreds of thousands died in these fierce clashes between the Muslims and Hindus over the division of the land between Pakistan and India. Some of the territory at issue became a no man's land. Millions of natives left their homes to move to an area where their religion was honored. Muslims poured into Pakistan, and Hindus caught within the borders of the new Muslim nation migrated to the new India. For many, the move meant uprooting their lives, but no sacrifice was too great to make for their religious freedom. India's independence was a high point in the life of Mohandas Gandhi, the spiritual leader of the nation's millions and its most powerful nationalist leader. Passive resistance was Gandhi's approach, a doctrine he practiced with great effect in furthering the cause of nationalism. But in January 48, Gandhi was assassinated by a member of an extremist faction. India had lost her steadiest guiding hand. Thousands upon thousands paid homage to India's great leader. The mourners included not only Hindus, but Muslims, Sikhs, and Britons, who sincerely believed that the world had lost a great man. In Pakistan, as in India, strong efforts were made to effect conciliation of differences between the two nations. But in Kashmir, a disputed province, the strange situation flared into open warfare. To the Western world, Kashmir had long been a fabled, remote land. In 1947, Kashmir's Maharaja refused to accede to either India or Pakistan, and the fight was on. Indian armed forces arrived to combat the Muslim troops from Pakistan. In the closing months of 1947, the disturbance turned into a real war. On January 1st, 1949, through the efforts of the United Nations, a ceasefire was effected. Pakistan refused to withdraw its troops from the disputed province when India declared its intentions of keeping its soldiers in the area. Pakistan held some economic advantages over India, for in East Pakistan, the bulk of the world's jute is grown. Pakistan's supply of this precious fiber, no longer sent to India, was now shipped directly overseas. Both nations underwent rigid economic readjustment. Even India's fabulously wealthy Maharajas felt the pinch. They were stripped of much of their political power and some of their wealth. But India's former ruling classes still managed to lead a luxurious existence, far removed from the lot of the untouchables at the lowest level of Hindu life. For millions of India's people lived on only a few grains of rice. On January 26, 1950, the Republic of India was established. India had been a free nation for almost 2.5 years, but this ceremony heralded the severing of the bond with the British Crown.
That on and from this, the 26th day of January 1950, India, that is Bharat, shall be a sovereign, democratic republic.
The raising of the flag of the Republic's first president symbolized complete freedom to the Indian people. In Burma, which was granted its independence by Britain in 1948, a struggle for control was waged by about a dozen political factions of varying shades, including 2 communist groups. In nearby Malaya, Britain continued to rule. But its colonial administration was constantly challenged by communist guerrillas operating from the hills. British and colonial troops were pressed into service to protect Malaya's rubber plantations and tin mines from the raids of the guerrillas. But the soldiers had difficulty in coming to grips with an enemy which disappeared into thin air, or so it seemed to the colonial troops. In the years following the defeat of Japan, Britain's control of the Malay Peninsula was far from strong. The Philippine Islands had been promised their independence by 1946. But with the Japanese invasion and conquest of the islands, the people's hopes dimmed. But in spite of that strong setback, the Philippines celebrated their independence just as planned on July 4th, 1946.
With this ceremony, a new nation is born. A nation conceived in the centuries-old struggle of a people to attain the political liberty to embark upon its own national destiny. A nation upon whom the eyes of all oppressed peoples are today cast with the burning light of a new faith.
The formal declaration of Philippine independence was made by U.S. Commissioner Paul McNutt.
I am authorized and directed by the President of the United States to proclaim the independence of the Philippines as a separate and self-governing nation.
The infant republic experienced the customary growing pains during those first heady months of freedom. Philippine political life still reflected the upheaval caused by the war and the Japanese occupation. In fact, one of the election issues, in addition to government corruption and the control of communism, was the degree of collaboration with the Japanese indulged in by one or another of the candidates. The Philippine political picture remained muddled for many months. The first president of the republic was Manuel Rojas, who had worked with the Japanese, but was cleared by General MacArthur. The Hukbalahaps constituted the government's biggest headache. Once strongly anti-Japanese, the Huks now trained their sights on the new government and its policies. With the end of World War II, French Indochina seemed destined for a revival of French colonial administration. In the French Empire, no colony was more desirable than Indochina. General Jacques Leclerc, the liberator of Paris, arrived in Indochina in late 1945 to conduct mopping-up operations against the Vietnamese. The Vietnamese were ardent nationalists who lived in an area comprising almost half of French Indochina. The bitter clashes with the French troops marked the start of a full-scale war which continued for some 17 months. The French proclaimed their control and backed up their statements by force of arms. French soldiers were fighting in dead earnest. For Frenchmen, no part of the war-ravaged colony was entirely safe. The military operations the French were conducting against the Vietnamese were in no way dissipating the natives' desperate urge for freedom from French colonial rule as they had known it before the Japanese occupation. Most of the fighting was in Vietnam, which includes 3 of the 5 countries comprising pre-war French Indochina. Finally, on June 14, 1949, the independent state of Vietnam, under Bao Dai, former Emperor of Annam, was recognized by the French as independent, but existing within the French Union. But to the natives of Vietnam, even this limited form of independence under a leader who did as directed by the French was some improvement over pre-war French colonial rule. The age-old countries of Cochin China, Annam, and Tonkin, united as the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, embarked on a new era in the history of Southeast Asia, a period which bore only surface resemblances to the era which ended in Asia with World War II. This new day was inaugurated in Vietnam as elsewhere throughout Asia with warfare. The most urgent task facing the French and Vietnamese was the job of containing the advances of communist Viet Minh forces, which were operating in strong guerrilla groups throughout Vietnam. To the north, Asia's most troubled country, China, moved right from one war, that with Japan, to another, the war with the communist forces, without a pause. Chiang Kai-shek had led China through a series of great crises, but with the end of war with Japan, Chiang and China embarked on an even more critical period. The new antagonist, Chinese Communist Mao Zedong, gained adherents quickly. Chiang's forces fought a long, exhausting series of campaigns in a vain attempt to stop the communist advance from spreading across China. Over a period of 2 years after the end of World War II, China received hundreds of millions of dollars worth of material aid from UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. The major part of that assistance, about 2/3 of the total amount, was furnished by the U.S. In late 1945, General George Marshall arrived in China to try to effect a ceasefire between the 2 Chinese forces. At first, his mission seemed headed for success. During January 1946, a series of conferences involving both nationalists and communists achieved some positive results. On January 10th, a ceasefire agreement was reached, endorsed by the nationalists and communists in the mediator's presence. But the Marshall Mission and a subsequent survey of the problem conducted by General Albert Wedemeyer both proved inconclusive. Meanwhile, Mao's forces grew stronger while the debate raged on what U.S.-China policy should be. By early 1949, Mao commanded a formidable fighting force. In late May of that year, Shanghai fell to the advancing Chinese Communist armies. The Communist soldiers moved quickly into the heart of the city, which had been evacuated by the nationalists after they had boasted that they would defend it with the last drop of their blood. The Chinese civilians in Shanghai were quick to applaud their new masters. Overnight, Shanghai's population became ardently communistic. In Beiping, in October 1949, Russia's ambassador, Roshin, presented his credentials to Mao Zedong, and the bond between the Chinese communists and the Soviet Union was cemented. Mao Zedong, once a lowly party worker, now assumed the stature of the dominant figure in all of Eastern Asia. The nationalist troops, those that hadn't joined forces with the communists, fled southward with their families. Many surrendered their weapons to the French in Indochina. The nationalist defense of China had turned into a rout. From a small area in North China, Mao's forces swept over all of mainland China. Formosa provided a haven for Chiang and the remnants of his army. Beginning in December 1949, on his island sanctuary, Chiang worked toward the day when China could be freed from the communist yoke. He had the support of the United States, but Britain, by recognizing Red China, weakened the cause of Generalissimo and Madame Chiang.
Britain has bartered the soul of a nation for a few pieces of silver. I say, for shame to Britain. One day, these pieces of silver will bear interest in British blood, sweat, and tears on the battleground of freedom. For that which is morally wrong can never be politically right.
In addition to U.S. military aid for his troops, Chiang was further aided by the presence in waters off Formosa of the U.S. 7th Fleet, which was assigned by the U.S. to save the island from the communists. In Korea, which had been ruled by the Chinese and the Japanese during the past century, the end of World War II introduced two Allied powers, Russia and the United States, which occupied the northern and southern sections of the country.
It is my sincere belief that our great victories on the battlefields of the world will be followed by complete cooperation and collaboration around the council tables of the great nations, resulting in continuance of world peace, and that our conferences here will solve the pressing problem of the Korean people.
I greet the Korean people who are liberated from the long oppression of the Japanese imperialists by the glorious troops of the Red Army and the army of our allies, the United States of America. General Hertz, I would like to express assurance that our negotiations with your representative will bring the solution of urgent problems having vital importance for the whole of Korea.
In North Korea, the Soviet interpretation of administration and occupation consisted of impressing communism on the country. Soon after the Russians arrived, a communist government was functioning in North Korea under such native leaders as Communist Kim Il-sung, a Russian puppet. At the end of World War II, Korea had been divided arbitrarily at the 38th parallel. South of that degree of latitude, the U.S. was the occupying power. On August 15, 1948, the U.S. made South Korea an independent republic. Most South Koreans were determined to protect that newly won freedom. In August 1948, that job did not seem too difficult. But during the first years of the infant republic's existence, the job of protecting that independence assumed larger proportions. Communist demonstrations inspired by natives in the northern half of Korea gave the first inkling of further trouble ahead. The 38th parallel of latitude was to prove a most ineffectual barrier against the sweep of communist aggression from the north. When World War II ended, Korea, ruled by Japan since 1905, was divided in half and occupied by two of the Allied powers. North of the 38th parallel, the USSR assumed the duties of maintaining order and helping the Koreans to reestablish their national entity. But the administration of North Korea, as practiced by the Russians, was characterized by much more than a friendly interest in North Korean industry and government. Soon after the start of the Russian occupation, A communist government was functioning in North Korea, guided by such native communist leaders as Soviet-trained Kim Il-sung and his henchmen. South of the 38th parallel, the Koreans made an earnest attempt to arrive at a basis for closer understanding with the occupying U.S. force. But to the South Koreans, young and old, it was difficult to comprehend the mysterious foreigners from another hemisphere who had arrived in Korea suddenly and set about introducing American methods into the life of South Korea. American occupation forces checked the spread of disease and helped the South Koreans themselves to work more effectively toward improving the national health. In South Korea, at least, the people seemed destined for a somewhat better life than they had known for centuries. By mid-1950, almost 5 years after the end of World War II, South Korea had built up an army of some 100,000 men, trained by American Army officers and non-coms. The South Koreans felt in the spring of 1950 that they could handle any attack from across the 38th parallel. But in late June, that boundary was crossed in force by the North Koreans. The communist thrust across the 38th parallel heralded the beginning of one of the most tragic periods in the history of the Korean people. The South Korean forces had proved pitifully inadequate for the job of withstanding the invaders. For the citizens of the infant Republic of Korea, whose independence had been proudly proclaimed less than 2 years before, the immediate future looked all but hopeless. The unquiet peace which had existed among the great powers of the world since World War II was at an end. In the U.S., at Lake Success, the United Nations, with the Soviet member conspicuously absent, took enforcement action against the aggressor.
48 hours ago, the Security Council, in an emergency session, determined that the armed invasion of the Republic of Korea by armed forces from Northern Korea constituted a breach of the peace. Accordingly, the Security Council called for a cessation of hostilities forthwith and the withdrawal of the Northern Korean authorities of their armed forces to the 38th parallel. It is clear that the authorities in North Korea have completely disregarded and flouted the decision of the Security Council. The armed invasion of the Republic of Korea continues. This is, in fact, an attack on the United Nations itself.
Agreed that the armed attack upon the Republic of Korea constituted a breach of the peace, the United Nations of the world took decisive action.
To secure peace and security recommends that the members of the United Nations furnish such assistance to the Republic of Korea as may be necessary to repel the armed attack and to restore international peace and security in the area.
In Korea, for the first time, enforcement action was taken against an aggressor by direction of the United Nations.
On 28 June, aircraft of the United States Air Force, operating pursuant to the resolution of the Security Council of the United Nations, began air operations against the North Korean invaders in support of Republic of Korea forces, and later struck at military targets north of the 38th parallel with a view to disrupting the lines of communication and supply of the invading forces. The badly decimated Republic of Korea forces reformed south of the Han River, sought to delay the North Korean advance. By sheer weight of numbers and materiel, they were forced back step by step until on 2 July, the town of Suwon, 20 miles south of Seoul, was reported in North Korean hands. Meanwhile, in pursuance of United Nations recommendations, United States ground forces were committed to the area for stabilization of the front. On 5 July, a very small United States force made contact with the invaders south of Suwon. The first United States troops were small in number and were committed as a holding force only. They were followed by additional supporting forces as rapidly as these could be transported to the battle line, facing odds at times as high as 20 to 1. Our Army troops distinguished themselves in the most difficult of military operations, a delaying action.
The first UN heroes were American GIs of the 24th Division. In the deserted villages of South Korea, the nations of the free world would shortly make their stand against the forces of aggression. In Tokyo, the appointment of General Douglas MacArthur as commander of United Nations forces celebrated in a ceremony conducted by U.S. Army Chief of Staff, General Lawton Collins. During the first weeks of fighting, South Korean and American forces were pushed back toward the tip of the Korean Peninsula and the prospect of another Dunkirk. The outnumbered UN forces took heavy losses during that first month in the desperate fight for time. On July 31st, elements of the 1st Marine Division arrived at Busan, swelling the force of American fighting men in Korea to some 100,000. The battle to keep the enemy from overrunning all of Korea approached its most critical stage. Men and materiel were now arriving from the U.S. in some quantity. 7,000 miles away at Lake Success, New York, on the following day, August 1st marked the return to the United Nations Security Council of the hitherto absent Soviet member, Yakov Malik, who assumed the presidency of the Council for the month of August. The discussion of the Korean aggression flared into violent and bitter debate at intervals throughout Soviet delegate Malik's month as the Security Council's president.
The USSR delegation declares to the Security Council and to the public opinion of the world that the United States resolution is intended to extend the scale of the United States government's aggression against the Korean people.
When the president, as such, or as the representative of the Soviet Union, it makes no difference which hat he wears while he's doing it, but when he undertakes to persuade this great audience here present and in all the world outside that the United States of America is an aggressor in Korea, I'd like to ask whose troops are attacking deep in the country of somebody else? Whose troops? The North Koreans. Who is assisting the Republic of Korea to defend itself? The United Nations, with the support of 53 out of 59 members. Is the Soviet Union one of the 53? No.
The United States government is now making every effort to extend its scope to wage war on an increasingly large scale, to drag as many other governments as possible into this war, not only against the people of Korea, but also against the other people of Asia. The whole world knows that armed intervention in the internal affairs of Korean people, armed aggression in Korea, is being carried out by American forces under the personal orders of President Truman and under the command of the American General MacArthur.
Now let us consider the trick of concealing guilt through accusation. The classic example of this trick, of course, is that of the thief who is running away. And he cries, "Stop thief, stop thief," at the honest man ahead of him in order to confuse his pursuers. The Soviet delegate referred several times to, quote, "the aggression of which the United States is guilty against the Korean people," end quote. This statement has been repeated over and over through every Soviet-inspired channel on Earth. We've had it telegraphed to us by others, and we've heard it again today. It is a lie. It is a big lie to call the action of those governments who are seeking to support the resolutions of the Security Council acts of aggression. It is a falsehood so grotesque that even the technique of the big lie will not disguise it. The determination of the United Nations to ensure that Korea shall be free, unified, and independent of outside influence from any great power on or off the continent has never wavered. This is what the United Nations forces are fighting to uphold in Korea. It is a supreme effort to give the Korean people the right to control their own destinies, a right that so many countries, caught in a net of imperialism with a new name, communist imperialism, have lost.
In Korea, the identity of the aggressor was no mystery. By late August, the North Korean forces had seized most of South Korea, except for an area surrounding the port of Busan. With their backs to the sea, American forces fought desperately to hold their ground against the powerful enemy drive. The crucial battle was fought in the hills flanking Taegu. It was a bruising fight for the bone-weary American GIs. But they never gave up the battle. In holding the Busan perimeter, the American forces suffered heavily. But the enemy offensive was beaten back. Thanks to the sacrifices of American fighting men, Korea did not become a communist peninsula. By early September, the Busan perimeter was no longer in immediate danger of being overrun. On September 15th, the tide of battle turned by virtue of a daring amphibious attack at Incheon. The attack force which made the assault on Korea's west coast was engaged in an extremely difficult operation. An operation undertaken at the insistence of General MacArthur. The problems of fluctuating tides, unpredictable currents, and narrow channels made the success of the Incheon landing a doubtful quantity. The burden of responsibility for risking the forces committed in an operation which might well prove a failure rested with General MacArthur. 12,000 Marines, many veterans of World War II, headed for shore in the first amphibious assault of the Korean War. With the Marines who stormed the beaches at Walmy and Incheon was Time Life correspondent Frank Gibney, also a veteran of the war with Japan.
Some of the Marines in the assault had been brought from duty in the Mediterranean. Others had been pulled out of the line in southern Korea. Incheon had to be taken to cut the enemy's communications with the southern front and to trap thousands of his troops in between. The Marines didn't give the enemy time to recover from the surprise attack on his flank. Progress was swift. Many of the Marines I was with were past masters at flushing enemy troops out of holes, an acquired talent they never lost. Hundreds of North Koreans were killed on that overcast September morning, D-Day at Incheon. The surprised North Korean troops had failed completely in their hurried attempt to beat off the amphibious attack. The operation was a spectacular success, a proud day for General MacArthur, whose judgment was vindicated, and for Marine General O.P. Smith.
On the southern front, the situation had changed considerably by virtue of the Incheon operation. For the enemy, the battle had taken a turn for the worse. U.S. 8th Army GIs smashed into enemy positions with renewed spirit and moved slowly but steadily forward. In the Incheon area, the Marines stepped up the attack in a drive to take Seoul as quickly as possible. On September 24th, only 10 days after D-Day at Incheon, U.S. Marines and soldiers were fighting in Seoul. The fight for the South Korean capital was bloody, but relatively brief. For 5 days, the battle for Seoul raged on. The U.S. troops took their losses, but efficiently stamped out enemy resistance. 3 months after the communist invasion, Seoul was once again free. Thousands returned to the homes they had abandoned before the communist thrust overwhelmed the Korean Republic's capital. Other thousands upon thousands had stayed on during the communist occupation. As soon as the fight for Seoul was ended, they fell to work, rebuilding their badly battered city. For the inhabitants of Seoul, life was a good deal more makeshift than it had been before the communist invasion. Government officials of the Republic of Korea who returned to Seoul after its recapture addressed the inhabitants, who had been subjected to daily doses of communist propaganda, on South Korea's immediate problems. During the summer of 1950, many thousands of South Koreans were killed by their countrymen from the north. Whatever the future held for Korea, it could hardly prove more tragic than the early years of the infant republic's existence. In many lands, freedom had been achieved by bloodshed, but nowhere was newly won freedom put to a stronger test than in the Republic of Korea. By early autumn, fighting forces from other member countries of the United Nations arrived in South Korea to join the struggle in defense of South Korean independence. To that crusade, Britain committed some 5,000 soldiers. Several of the nations which had fought in the Pacific during World War II sent troops to South Korea. 1,000 Filipino soldiers and 1,000 Australians swelled the ranks of the United Nations forces. The diggers from down under, who had fought so well in the steaming jungles of New Guinea 8 years before, were determined to add further laurels to their battlefield record in Korea. On October 1st, South Korean troops pushed northward across the 38th parallel, 3 months and 1 week after the communist attack. As the ROKs, Republic of Korea soldiers, seized more and more territory in their northward drive, there were impromptu celebrations commemorating the liberation of the area. The Koreans along the route seemed genuinely happy to greet the advancing ROK forces. The city of Kaesong, just south of the 38th parallel, was seized by Americans of the 1st Cavalry Division on October 8th. The GIs then drove quickly north to the well-publicized boundary, which the UN had authorized its forces to cross. By October 15th, United Nations troops had swept across the 38th parallel and seized a considerable area in North Korea. 2,500 miles east, Wake Island was the scene of a most important engagement that mid-October morning. President Harry Truman had flown 7,000 miles to talk with his top general in the Far East, a man he had never before met. They conferred for 1 hour in complete privacy, and then held a more general discussion in one of Wake Island's few buildings. This conference included the President's top military advisors, Joint Chiefs Chairman Bradley and Army Secretary Pace. Before the meeting broke up, a decoration ceremony was held, to the delight of the photographers. Though only the two men knew what had been said at the secret meeting, they claimed to be in complete agreement. On October 20th, ROK soldiers and American GIs seized the North Korean capital of Pyongyang. After 5 years, the communist hold on that city had been broken by the UN forces. 2 days later, 120 troop carrier planes transported paratroopers of the 187th Airborne Regiment to an area some 25 miles north of Pyongyang. Over the target area, near Sukchan and Sunchan, the paratroopers hit the silk. General MacArthur cruised above the area, watching the initial stage of the operation. The 800-foot drop took each man only about a minute. The operation went off smoothly. The drop was made at precisely the points indicated in the original planning. The trap on the enemy was sprung. Some 30,000 North Koreans were bottled up between the UN forces in Pyongyang to the south and the men of the 187th Airborne Regiment. The North Koreans were completely taken by surprise by this unfamiliar maneuver. On North Korea's east coast, off Wonsan, U.S. minesweepers went to work on clearing out one of the most intensive sea minefields in military history. The job was done by laying magnetic lines. Finally, after a 6-day delay, the landing at Wonsan was made by advance elements of the 1st Marine Division. But this landing was not in the tradition of marine amphibious invasions, for the area had already been taken 2 weeks earlier by other UN troops. Though the landing was no problem, the Marines had been alerted to expect plenty of action when they reached shore and began the push along the east coast of the peninsula. The Marines' first assignment was to mop up a large group of organized North Korean guerrillas. The job was done efficiently by men who were experienced in that line of work. The Marines fighting along the East Coast were part of the U.S. 10th Corps, a combined Marine Army force, commanded by U.S. Army Major General Edward Almond, who reported directly to General MacArthur in Tokyo. On Korea's west coast, Lieutenant General Walton Walker commanded the U.S. 8th Army. Both U.S. forces were driving pell-mell toward the northern boundary of Korea. That objective received the full attention of both 8th Army and 10th Corps commanders, who did not coordinate their movements but reported independently to Tokyo. The frozen Yalu, which separates Korea from Manchuria, was reached at the North Korean town of Haesanjin by GIs of the 7th Division. Most of the men felt that this achievement signaled the answer to their prayers, the end of the war, and a chance to get home for Christmas. But the GIs did not realize on that cold November afternoon that an even greater enemy across the Yalu was about to attack. On November 26th, in a move which stunned the UN forces, the Chinese Reds hurled their armies into North Korea and drove deep into the soft center of the UN